I would have been, I'm one of those smelly, grungy nerds who would have been into Diablo, so everything you've heard about us is 100% accurate. Yeah, that's pretty, every stereotype, it's all correct. 100% true. The hand gestures were his own. Yeah, that's it. I don't think they were modified at all. I think it was, he chose the right cuts or the right clips for the right moments. Like they picked clips of the gestures matched very well, I think. So that was incredible. The Foucault Chomsky, yeah, let me think. I know that I remember Matt and I'm sorry, Mutaricator and I have a number of mutual friends, because yeah, Mutaricator, you probably know exactly who I'm thinking of, where we would do our board game nights, and probably 30 to 40% of the board game nights might devolve into a few friends going back and forth on either Foucault and Chomsky debates, or Chomsky and what was the other one? The one wasn't there one where somebody accused no, it was when Chomsky accused some other dude of being a crypto Nazi, I think, or maybe I'm getting it back and messed up in my head. Who's the dude who founded the National Review? Because that was like apparently a big thing, and I'm of course I'm parroting information that I don't know much about. But yeah, you know exactly who I'm referring to. But I can't remember the exact. Buckley, thank you. Yeah, it was Buckley. Yeah, that whole thing. Yeah, William F. Buckley Jr. Yeah. Oh yeah, good. No, it's okay. No, I sometimes I try to like be mindful of that. Like somebody I know in real life, I always feel a little weird about just freaking what's the word about about doxing their name on stream, but yeah, for the most part, first name's usually pretty safe. There we go. Cool, there we go. I was having some audio stuff, but now we're good. I always need to remember to get the audio stuff sorted out ahead of time. So yeah, I'll put those up there just so they're the last things to get used. Oops. Okay, so we got those refilled. Keys are fine. We got pretty good potions. Let's look and see if there's anything else here that catches my eye. Yeah, that's exactly. I think it was Chomsky levying the accusation against Buckley, and I mean, I'm a little bit biased, so you can guess where I would fall in that in such an accusation. But I think that shit's hilarious, if nothing else. Yeah, it's such a unique name. In fact, that's the thing. Within this group, there's multiple Matts, so that's where it gets funny too. But yeah, no, it's kind of fun how that works out sometimes. Your name is interesting for Albert. Now, how's Final Fantasy XIV been going for you, Matt? I know that's a game that you play fairly frequently. Like I know it's something it's a game you come back to. Nick in that group, I know he was saying he wants to get back into it, and I think Robert was saying he's recently gotten back into it too. So I don't know if you've ever played with them, but I know they've been dipping their toes back into those waters. Let's see any cool weapons that I want to get. We're getting to the point now where we're starting to find some pretty cool stuff. Although I don't think we're far enough into Act 5 yet to get really incredible drops. Starting to get the Gothic plates to drop, and I always thought the Gothic plate looked so cool in this game. Because it is really cool. That's good hit recovery. The only thing that's really making me want to stick with our armor right now is that I really like the regenerate mana, and the poison resist is nice. And it's only a 7% difference in faster hit recovery. The defense is kind of nice too, and I think I need to pay more attention to defense. I tend to kind of ignore defense in the early game, but I think once we get into Nightmare, I think I'm going to have to pay more attention to it, because I think that might have been what screwed us over when we died to the Ancients in the previous Paladin hardcore attempt. And for those who are curious, I made sure to make a command that shows the clip from when our Paladin got fucking obliterated. The last time we tried this, granted it was like 2 or 3 years ago, and that was vanilla Paladin, or vanilla, what am I saying, Diablo 2, whereas this is a modification. He's been playing a lot. Nice, yeah. Shadowbringers is good. Yeah, that's awesome. I'm glad you've been enjoying it. Got 4 more addicted to it too. Yeah, I feel like of the people that we are mutual friends with on Steam, I feel like I've seen several. I'll see the pop-up where I see like the Final Fantasy XIV, like so-and-so is playing this game. So that is, I think you're doing an excellent job at being an arbiter of this game, a harbinger of delightful video game shenanigans. Something that we should all encourage. Also, it occurs to me I might eventually need to spec out of this guy. Although I don't know where I would go to get a new hireling. Would that be Neolithic? It would not. Who would hire those out? I thought it was Qualkek, but now I'm not so sure. Who would like hire people. It's not Larzuk. Wouldn't be Kane. Yeah, I don't know. Because you can get... Oh, maybe that doesn't until after you do the first couple of quests. Because I know you have to rescue some barbarians, and he's like the captain of the guard. But yeah, he probably can't give you mercenaries yet. Yeah, Matt's like, defense. What kind of nerd has anything other than mega offense as the proper defense?
Bale, I'm coming for you.
Yes, these lads here. I don't know. I'm going back and forth in my head on whether or not I want to stick with our current mercenary or if we want to switch over to a barbarian lad. The main reason why I would get a barbarian lad is because they would have the might aura, and that would stack really well with our current build. Also, I was thinking about this a little bit earlier. What I might eventually do is spec out a Vengeance. I really like Vengeance. However, Charge is apparently the best one. The tricky thing about Charge is that the mana cost is enormous, so I don't know if it's really... if it would be worth it necessarily, but I think if mana wasn't an issue, I might consider specking out of that one. Also, Gracie, how you doing, sweetie? That's my girlfriend in the chat. Just blessing us with our presence, despite the fact that I'm playing a very nerdy thing. However, I was telling her that I am looking forward to getting into RimWorld fairly soon. I know she really liked the RimWorld streams, and that's something that that I also am looking forward to. So it's like I'm very much indulging right now in like ridiculously mega nerdy territory with Diablo 2, but then it's like, ooh, they will have something that folks of all walks of nerdy life will be able to enjoy when it comes to RimWorld, because that game is just such a blast, and I like to think that it has a pretty good amount of like widespread appeal. We can hang on to that for now, and then we'll sell it. So yeah, we're playing Diablo 2. This mod has been, I know I keep saying it, but this mod is very good. And it is freely available for anybody curious. You do need a legit copy of Diablo 2 to play Project Diablo 2, but once you have the legit copy, the mod itself is freely available. And the community for it is, I think, very nice and very welcoming. Oh, we found our first soul blade, by the way, that's exciting. And the developers are very dedicated. They're very active, and they're constantly making updates. In fact, I saw them, they were already talking about season 3 of this mod, because right now this is season 2 of the ladder system. So they're already working on like the next season, the next major update, that kind of thing. And actually, I'm gonna hang out of that field plate. But yeah, it's like that it fills me with hope that this is being run by people who really get the game and really like enjoy the game as it is and want to enhance it, as opposed to trying to like rewrite it entirely from scratch. Playing some Kenshi. I remember you were the first one to recommend Kenshi to me, El Gaso, and around the time you recommended it to me, there's a few other streamers that I know that started getting into it too. So now I'm like, this game kind of came out of nowhere, and suddenly like everybody I know is getting into it. So I haven't seen it in a minute, so I don't know if it's been like how popular it's been lately. But yeah, it's still on my list. I think actually a friend of mine gifted it to me. I want to say like 6 or 7 months or so ago, so I do have it. Or maybe I got it in a Humble Bundle, I can't remember, but somehow I acquired this game without buying it. It just landed in my lap. So yeah, I've heard that it's similar in a way to RimWorld, and that has me very excited, because yeah, RimWorld is one of those games, much like this one, where if you leave me alone and leave me unsupervised, I might just play it for 38 days uninterrupted, and at the cost to my sanity and my well-being. No regrets. Because yeah, we streamed this a lot yesterday. It was a very fun stream, and it was I'm grateful we had a lot of people stop by, which was really nice. But yeah, at the end of it, I was like, oh man, I'm tired, because holy shit, we streamed for a long time, and man, time just kind of flew by, as it is known to do when you're playing a good game. You don't actually have to kill these catapults, but it's probably a good idea. An actual world, but yeah, exactly. Because the backstory in RimWorld there is a backstory, and people can have like backgrounds and whatnot, but it's mostly just an excuse for trait bonuses and negatives, and like stat bonuses and negatives, like why somebody is incapable of construction, or why they're really good at cooking. So it mostly is just a means to an end, as opposed to like really having a fleshed out story, that kind of thing. So yeah, it sounds like Kenshi, it's similar, but there are things that set it apart, and the things that set it apart are what makes me excited. I'm gonna check out that Gothic shield, because Gothic shields have very good block rates. Oh, it's ethereal. Get it out of here. And it's got Kung Fu robots. What more do I need in life? flew boot, dude. It's so embarrassing, man. There's so many moments where I'll say something where my brain is like trying to combine two words together in an awkward way, but my mouth can't keep up. So I'll say a word that just doesn't exist, and I'll be like, ugh, and I'll try to just move on. But yeah, it's a little bit. It happens more often than I want to admit. I've been informed that kind of thing gets way easier when you get older, and that it doesn't get embarrassing, and that your brain totally doesn't turn into mush. It gets easier when you get older, and it's not embarrassing, and it's easy peasy. And people have told me that completely without a shit-eating grin. And yeah, easy peasy lemon squeezy. Yeah, you gotta embrace it, baby. That's what I do. I embrace the bullshit. It's become a mantra, as it should be. So again, I'm going out of my way to kill these catapults. I don't think we actually have to. But yeah, I was thinking about something. There was another thing that crossed my radar earlier. There was one thing that I looked up earlier in relation to this game, well, to this mod specifically, and it kind of led me, I wouldn't say down a rabbit hole, but it led me to another thing that I wanted to look up. And while I was doing so, I just happened to glance at the aura that we're using, Holy Freeze. I happened to glance at this aura's kind of detail page. And in vanilla Diablo 2, I had completely forgotten about this, but in vanilla Diablo 2, Holy Freeze works against enemies that are cold immune. It doesn't work against some bosses, it doesn't work against some non-organic enemies, like the catapults, for instance. They're not a living creature, so you can't really freeze those. But even if an enemy is cold immune, you still get the freeze effect. You don't get the cold damage, so you don't do as much damage, but you still get the slowdown crowd control effect. And that was something I'd completely forgotten about. I thought cold immune meant that they were immune to the Holy Freeze aura, but since they aren't, I'm now thinking we might not do as much with Conviction like I was thinking. I think I'll still have Conviction as like a backup for like really scary enemies that are immune to our main damage stuffs, but yeah, I'm thinking that might be like the difference between what would allow us to actually succeed at killing the Ancients in Nightmare difficulty, for instance, because those guys are terrifying, and crowd control is kind of a deal maker or a deal breaker with that fight. So it's like 99% of the time we could probably get by with Conviction and just steamroll over everything. But I worry that we would get walled in ways that I'm not expecting if we don't have some kind of crowd control. And I would say that Holy Freeze is probably the best way to do that. So I'll have to make a choice eventually. We're not committed yet. There's Dak, by the way, Dak Farron. Sounds like a Back to the Future character. Or maybe that's Bobby McFerrin's stepbrother or something. But yeah, it's something that we'll eventually have to deal with, because we'll have to make a choice and like focus one way or the other. Gets more mushy, exactly. Yeah, it's totally not weird. It's not embarrassing. If you ever find yourself in your late 20s, early 30s, and you're like, wow, I'm getting stupider as I get older, it's like, whoa, good, thank goodness that's totally not gonna get worse and more embarrassing. We'll go ahead and hang on to that for now. We'll sell these things for some dollars. Ooh, we'll go ahead and identify that. It is, I mean, it's okay. We'll sell it. We're doing pretty good. These Death Maulers are not so bad now, but eventually they get pretty gross. I mean, that spike hit that they do is pretty disgusting. Do they have immunities? Yeah, they do in Hell difficulty. Or, well, you know what? That's a fair point. I assume they do in Hell difficulty, because this is a modification of this game, and everything is different. Well, I shouldn't say everything is different. Anything could be different. Diablo, oddly enough, wasn't really different. Neither was Mephisto. They were both pretty easy fights, although this is normal difficulty, so, ooh, another Worldstone Shard. There's a chance that they might be souped up or changed up for later difficulties, so as to not, you know, steamroll over new players. Or like, you know, entry-level players. Because normal difficulty usually isn't too bad. Also, I said I was going to look up the whole Worldstone Shard thing, and I haven't. And since I just found one, that reminds me, it's like, oh right, I have no idea what those are. I don't have any idea how to use them. I'm completely clueless. So if there's anybody in the chat that knows this mod, and knows what the Worldstone Shards are, or what they're used for, then I'd be happy for a knowledge dump if you have it. Feel free to take a knowledge dump all over me. Just take a dump all over my you know, I'm not gonna finish that sentence. It's fine. Because it looks like a gem you would put into something, but I don't know if it is, actually. Go to Google. Oh, I mean, of course, like I said, I can always look it up off stream, so I don't want people to feel like they have to, you know, do a bunch of work on my behalf. Of course, it would be appreciated, but I don't want you to feel like it's probably the kind of thing where it will eventually be important, but I think since we're only in Act 5, I would say by the time we get into Nightmare, we'll probably want some deeds, but I think for now, it's probably not a huge thing. So I don't want you to feel pressured. Modify items, add affixes. Okay, cool. So more sockets. Okay, so you just transmute it to modify this some way. Okay, excellent. Thank you for looking that up, Elgas. So now we're just finding them left and right, apparently. I wonder if you can stack them. Oh, you can. Yeah, quantity 2. Perfect. That is 1 socket. Get it out of here. Also, my dude's just slapping this guy all over the place. It's catapult. But thank you for looking that up. Yeah, so I think... I was thinking there was something else, but maybe the World Stone Shards is what I was thinking of, where when you use a World Stone Shard on a weapon or a piece of equipment, it's a bit of a gamble, because it could modify... You could modify it in ways that are positive. It could make it worse in some ways. So it's not like a guaranteed make a weapon better or more gooder. It's not a more gooderizer. There we go. How's that for a technical term? It's not like, oh, if I slap this into a Tyrael's Might, it'll make it better. It could change properties that you want to keep, or vice versa. So that's like, it's a measured thing, I think. So yeah, that's something to look for, but, and I think there might be limitations on what kinds of items, like I think set items that might not be able to be used. But maybe legendaries. Also, my guy just leveled up. He's doing a pretty good job, our dude. But I was mentioning how I'm a little bit, I wouldn't say disappointed, but maybe a little bit surprised that whenever he uses static against certain enemies, it just doesn't seem to work. So I think static might be, I think certain enemies might now be immune to static, whereas it used to be an incredible way to just completely delete bosses' health bars. Like, it would be an excellent way to very reliably make a boss go from very scary and imposing to have like 10% of their health bar, and after that you have to damage them normally, but still it was such a great way to just to get very quick kills on big scary enemies. So it probably stands to reason that the devs saw that as like, it's overpowered and we need to nerf this, and I can't say I blame them, but it means having it on a mercenary like this, it's not quite as much of like a kill choice as I would prefer. But he's doing well so far. I'm just worried that once we get into Nightmare difficulty, enemies will suddenly have much better elemental resistance, so the fact that he's an all lightning guy means that that might be a liability, as opposed to, like, you know, right now he's kind of steamrolling, but I don't know if I can assume that will always be the case. These guys are launching catapult things at me. Catapult rocks, I guess. I mean, it's the meteor spell, but they're not throwing meteors at me. That would make sense. Oh, I'm finding so many gems. My goodness. Also, I find it a little bit strange that he has Holy Shock. Holy Shock is the aura that he has, our buddy over here. That lightning aura that he has, it's very, very good for melee paladins. Because it adds electricity to your melee attacks, which is awesome. It does have like an aura, like a, what's the word, like an area of effect damage that it does apply every 5 or 6 seconds or something like that, and it's neat, but it very quickly drops off. Like right now, that the damage that generates is probably okay, but it's not amazing right now. It's probably gonna turn into being negligible by the time we get into Nightmare difficulty, I think. Unless it's balanced differently in this mod. So it's like, it's just a weird choice. It's like, that doesn't benefit us, the Paladin at all. It benefits him, but he's not a melee guy. He casts spells. And the area of effect stuff is gonna be next to nothing, so I guess it's like, it helps, you know, it doesn't hurt him, but that's another thing that makes me not quite as excited about this guy, so I don't know. It's like that when it comes to a melee fighter like this, there's no, for me at least, there's no obvious mercenary choices. Like the Act 2 mercenary is incredible. The Act 1, there's some synergies there. The Act 3 one, the one we have like right now, is pretty good. The Act 5 one's pretty good too. It's like there's no good or bad choices. Like they're all just kind of so-so. So I am out of mana. Just a potion that just dropped. Okay.
Can't carry anymore.
Can't carry anymore. Time to slap that in our... Well, it's not very good now. We'll just drop it. Trying to keep things that I know will sell well. But when it only has like a single effect on it, it's like, yeah, it's not worth it. Is there anything else that dropped? I feel like I ran by a bunch of things. Ran past a bunch of things. Follows Topaz. We're seeing so many good bows, I'm almost tempted to go back to our Act 1 person. She did a great job. Or our Act 1 rogue. Mercenary. Just replace that real quick. Built. Eventually we'll be able to buy super potions, so I won't have to micromanage quite as much. Also, once we get to level 28, we'll have our cool new gloves that we'll be able to use. That'll make our guy attack way faster. So that'll be nifty. Let's go ahead and pop that guy too. Oh, he's not dead. There we go. I'm just menuing, inventorying in front of him. I know once we get to the top of the foothills, we'll have that one. There'll be, I think there's a waypoint followed quickly by a boss group that's really, really good for farming equipment. For the speedrunners that I follow for this game, and like I would say like professional. Oh wow, professional streamers that play this game a lot. There's a boss coming up fairly soon. It's not like he drops gear very well or very reliably. He's just a very like mediocre boss battle. But the fact that he's always really close to the waypoint makes him like really easy to grind. But we have to get there first, and there's a lot of crap on the screen now. My goodness. They feel so popular. Look at all this. They want to be friends with me. That's why they're surrounding us like this. It's because they think we're so cool. I was talking with one of my neighbors as I went to go check my mail, and they were like, we're just making casual chit chat, and I made the joke where it's like, oh yeah, I'm just checking my mail, I'm checking my fan mail, as a joke obviously, where it's like, yeah, this guy named AT&T, this guy named Verizon, they really seem to like me. They keep sending me mail. Yeah, I think it's because they think I'm so cool. And he was like, oh yeah, it sounds legit. I was like, yeah, it's because they think that I'm so neat. They want me to send them money or something. God, seems legit. Also, we have a lot of stuff. We have a very full inventory. I'll keep going a little bit longer, but yeah, we'll have to hop back eventually because shit's getting full. Also, he's getting tore up. Yo, we gotta get you over here. I'm gonna feed him a potion real quick so he doesn't die. Yeah, these guys that spike attack these guys get is kind of gnarly. And it does a lot of damage. I mean, he killed a few of them, it looks like, but still, you guys are mean. Ring mail, is that neat? I feel like it's not neat. Yeah, no, it's just, that's the basic one. Okay, never mind. We were trying to kill this thing. Okay, here, I'll help. Full heraldic shield. Oh, we got Big Man. There he is. Okay, that's not the guy I was thinking of, but it's another boss battle. They're gonna start exploding, I think. Although we might be able to kill them. There we go. So see if we can pop them prematurely with the area of effect damage that we have. AoE. Yeah, Shank. Shank the Overseer, more like Dank the Nowhere Beer. Oh, how's that for a sick burn? Yeah. Nowhere Beer, because he's nowhere now because he's dead. Dude, I'm so good, right? Alex, how do you do it? I impress myself sometimes. What can I say? All right, so we killed him. We got a lot of loots. I'm kind of curious about that shield. We have no room for it, obviously. But, grab a couple things.
I can't carry anymore.
Apparently I'm full on potions.
I am overburdened.
Ouch. Bump. Doesn't he know I'm trying to menu? I'm trying to deliberate items to pick up. He's interrupting me by running up to me like that. Right, so I was hopeful that helmet would be cool. It's not horrible, it's just not very exciting. It honestly might be better for our buddy over here. Because that poison is kind of nice. So it's like you lose poison, you lose cold resist, and you gain poison resist. I think that's probably a trade up for him. I will hang on to Captain's though, because Captain's is pretty good. Well, it's okay. Right now it's good, but it'll probably drop off eventually. Can I sell these? Ah, 80. Yeah, it's or 50. It's not worth it. Alright, so the axe is pretty legit, honestly. Man, the more I'm thinking about it, maybe I should just go for an Act 2 guy, honestly. Because that's a pretty cool axe. We could use it if we wanted to, but we wouldn't really have any need for it. Paladins kind of work really well as shield fighters. Damage-wise, nothing jumps out at me. Yeah, I'll just hop back. Down this way. Our guy looks so cool, though. Look how shiny our guy is. He's so cool. So, oh, we already have a 3-socket one, and that one's better. Yeah, that one's slightly better. So, okay, we'll just actually, I guess I'll sell it. Not gonna sell for much.
You're an even great.
Oh, that's nice of you to say, Larzik. You're too kind. So we'll sell that guy. There was, oh, that's right, there was the armor we were looking at too. 102 versus, oh, 103. Oh, it's ever so slightly better. Okay, sure. A difference of 1. So we have a soul rune. I need to double check our list of rune words to see if there's anything cool we can do with this cool new rune we just found. Let's place it right there. Excuse me. So we have 3 of these puppies. Alright, and unsurprisingly, my stash is filling up mostly rapidly. It's 3 of those. That's 2 perfect rubies. I don't know what I'm gonna do with them, but I'm amassing a collection, it seems. Okay, that's enough for a perfect emerald. Oh. Just have to put them into a single stack. There we go. And I am running out of space here. Here, I'll just put it down here, I guess. So it's becoming not quite as pretty the way this is all. Oh, here we go. I can put it right here. At least it's close. I'll probably eventually get to the point where I just won't bother picking up the small gems and just pick up the big ones, big fancy ones. Yeah, we were talking about Tetrising your inventory earlier, or yesterday rather, and there's a lot of Tetrising happening for sure. We're getting pretty close to leveling. I'm just gonna keep this on me. And then, right, so soul. What could I do with the soul rune? Let me double check our list. Checking it twice. Or not really twice, checking it once. So for soul runes, what could we do? We need an Omn rune. Or some really fancy rune words. Yeah, insight. Oh wow, insight would be incredible for a. I would say if we could get a 4-socketed polearm, then that might be enough to nudge me towards getting an Act 2 mercenary. Because then we could put insight into a very, very cool polearm weapon, and that would be good for our for Act 2 mercenary. So we would need Ral, Tyr, and Tal. So there's Tal, there's Soul, and there's Tyr. So we would need a Ral rune. I think Ral isn't, well, crap, that might actually be kind of rare. We'll keep an eye out for that one. What else do we have? A lot of these are so high level though. Yeah, like Fortitude, that requires a dull and a low rune. Those are very high level. So there's one that requires a Sur rune. Yeah, some of these are really, really spicy. Oh, there's a Fortitude rune word, and for weapons, there's a Fortitude rune word for armor. Interesting. So Ort, if we could get an Ort rune, we can make Lore, and Ort is a very good, or I'm sorry, Lore is a very good rune word. We have enough to make Radiance, Nef, Sol, and Ith. We either need a 2 or a 3-socketed helm. Nef, Sol, and Ith. So there's Sol. There's Nef, and there is ith right there. So we have what we need to make it. For Radiance, I seem to recall not loving the Radiance rune word. Let's look this up real quick. In fact, I will show you, dear viewer, as I look through this, so we can all learn together. So helmets, this is what I'm looking at. So lore is the big one. +1 to all skills, you get energy boost, lightning resist. It's just a really solid rune word. Nadir I don't love. I was actually kind of disappointed by Nadir, especially since it's kind of a commitment. For a lot of these things, like the defense is nice, but that's about all it has going for it. Here's the other one, Radiance. So we don't get the magic or damage reduction anymore, but you do get enhanced defense. Oh wait, is that on top of this enhanced defense? Oh, enhanced damage. Oh, it makes you do more damage. Oh, that's cool. Get a mana bonus. Damage goes to mana. Vitality. Ooh, that energy boost is nice. Well, see, for a while I was thinking that that lore would be the one to go for, but now, the fact that it makes your damage more smexy. Now I'm debating. Maybe this will be the one to go for. So if we could get a decent 3-socketed helmet, we can make that shit happen. Yeah, then there's stuff like Delirium. It's like, yeah, that's required level 51. That's like high level shit. That's stuff we're not gonna see forever, honestly. So if we could get a decent 3-socketed weapon, or I'm sorry, helmet, we could make some cool shit happen with that. Otherwise, I'm handing to way too many of these. I'm just gonna sell this guy just to get rid of it. This helmet, or this helmet, this shield is pretty good. That one would be good for our buddy. Required strength 75. 66. Okay, not quite, but soon. I think I'll just get rid of both of these, honestly. Nothing else that frees up a little bit more space. Or inventory. You see, I'm like trying really hard to make things well organized, but it's eventually I might just not bother with flawed and chipped gems. Okay, so we've got a few things to, well, we have several things. We have a few things to consider. I'm going to deposit my gold. We have reached the 100. We have the 1 million gold threshold. By the way, I need to gamble more. Clearly, I need to gamble away my life savings like a real professional, like a real responsible dude. Yeah, anything cool here, weapon-wise, or armor-wise, for that matter. Again, really good defense. Really good defense, which is exciting. But again, hit recovery is what I'm a little bit more concerned about. Hit recovery and resistance are the things that I feel matter the most. Usually it matters the most. Actually, hold up. Did I look at the helmets? So I'm looking for socketed helmets. He doesn't have much. We could check with Neilifak. I don't think he sells anything. I think he only gambles.
My concern.
Yeah, so we have to rescue his buddies. What do you got for us, Neilifak? Yeah, he can only gamble. Yo, Arctic, what's up, buddy? Nut is on the rise. You can quickly nut. We can all quickly nut. There it is. It's good to see you, buddy. Hope you're doing well. And thank you for being an encouraging, nut positive individual. Is there a better way you could have phrased it, Alex? No, there is not. No, there is not. I'm committing to that one entirely. Alright, get the Gothic plate, the smoked sphere. Smoked sphere every day. Get that shield. Oh, there was a cudgel that dropped and a war axe. The war axe is one-handed. Oh, it's ethereal though. Shit. Man, we can make this disgusting though. 18 and 30 damage, 3 sockets. We can make something fucking terrifying with that guy. Man, that's really a shame that it's ethereal. That's like dead sexy. That's okay though. Always nut positive. I mean, you don't want to nut negative. Not my proudest nut is the phrase that comes to mind. Oh man, it's good to see you, buddy. We're continuing with Act 5, and so far, so good. We haven't exploded any internal organs yet for this character, so that's a good sign. But the knight is young, so we'll see. We'll see how it goes. We're in the process of rescuing some barbarian mummies. Ouch. And my lightning lad is frying these guys pretty gosh darn well. There we go. Dropped an amulet, that was nice of him. I know in Diablo 3 there's a somewhat lengthy passage where you're like near the end of the main game where you're trying to smack down a bunch of catapults, and there's like these siege towers that are trying to like break through the place you're guarding, that kind of thing. Like it's a one big sequence, and the fact that there's a fairly major part of that game that's themed very similar to this part of this game, it's like kind of like how people feel that the Blood Moon expansion in Morrowind gets a little bit long on the tooth because the entirety of Skyrim is that environment. So it's like, man, we just have like so many adventures in Elder Scrolls that's all about like snowy mountains. It's like, guys, could we get something different, please? Some variety would be nice. Alright, so a superior smoked sphere. It's probably not going to be very good, but I'll check it. It's not very good. I will drop it like it's hot. We have a free waypoint. You know what? I'll go ahead and take this real quick. Where'd Kane go? Oh, I guess he hangs out over here now. Oh, wait. Where did Kane go? Oh, he's up here now. Okay, I thought he like hung out down here. But it makes sense for him to be by the well. That's where he was in Diablo 1. Hey, what's up, Bumrocky? Good to see you, buddy. Yeah, the music is... I like it, too. It's very symphonic. It's very nice. Let's sell that one. It's not very good. Armor... Attacker takes damage at 3. Oh, that one's way better. Never mind. Never mind. Get rid of that guy. That guy. We'll keep that. And I've yet to level, although we're getting close. We're inching ever closer. We're checking our weapons. I'm looking for like, if we could find such a thing. The next level of the Grand Scepter is called, and it's okay to laugh at this, it's called the Holy Water Sprinkler. So if we could get a really good Holy Water Sprinkler, that'd be pretty sweet, but I'm not gonna get my hopes up anytime soon. That probably won't happen till the next like difficulty. That is 3. Let's get our first diamond. Diamonds are forever. Hell yeah. So man, if I could have had one of these same things much later in the game, then yeah, we could stuff it full of really cool resistances. As like perfect diamond gets really nice resistances, whereas standard ones only take you so far. But yeah, this guy, I'm really tempted to like slap a bunch of perfect gems in here and just make a like really cool, badass war axe that will break on me after like the end of the stream, just because that durability won't last very long. Because look at because yeah, we were in, actually no, it'll break before the end of the stream because we were just killing a few enemies for like 30 minutes, probably like 20 maybe 30 minutes, and our durability, we lost 3 durability on this weapon right here with very mediocre use. So it would be very fleeting. I only have 2 of those. I have 1 of those. I have 1 perfect ruby. So it's like, yeah, we could make a pretty disgusting damagey weapon if we so desired. Looking for a 3-socketed helm, and I find none. Nothing here. Fast rate recovery. Just not worth it yet. Any cool weapons? Man, yeah, they're holding out on us, man. Because yeah, there's the standard war axes, but those are all non-ethereal, which means they do normal damage and they don't break. They don't break on us. Oh, if you wanted a link, by the way, we have one. It's PD2. That gives you the link to the website for the mod. Also, if you wanted to see details about my character, oh, actually, hold up. Let me. It occurs to me I don't know how to have the interface running. Let me launch that real quick so I can have that available to us. Once I find it, where is it? Oh, it's called Diablo interface. There it is. Fittingly, it's called Diablo Interface. Alright, so that should pop up in a second. There we go. So it's above me now. Very good. And actually, so if you wanted to see a detailed picture of my character that has like all the inventory, you could type !PD2 care or CHAR into the chat. It would show you a link to my character sheet. And I was actually thinking about this. What I might want to do, it's going to be weird, but I'm going to like I'm going to click and re-equip everything. Oops. Because I was noticing that when I was looking at the website yesterday, certain things weren't refreshing, but I think it was because we had equipped things that we had found things and equipped them without the interface running, and I think that's where it was not refreshing things. So now, let's see if that'll do it. Hopefully the interface is updated. Like the website will be updated soon then. It's kind of annoying. I have to there we go, yeah, just shift click to get the potions back in. There we go, not too bad. But what do I want to do with this weapon? I don't want to put a rune word into it because it would be fleeting. Yeah, it's just, I'm sad that it's ethereal. Yeah, the more I think about it, the more I think I don't want to waste the materials just yet. I'll stash it for now, but the temptation is definitely there. Anyway, here's this boss group right here. This is what I was saying earlier. What's his name? Something Slayer, I think. Eldritch the Slayer or something. Yeah, it's a cool name. And he's dead. Oh no, he's not. The Rectifier. That's what it is. Okay. Eldritch the Rectifier. These little fireball goblins they're appropriately annoying to deal with. It's kind of annoying, honestly. What did we find? We have a Spetum, which is a polearm, and a really cool but two-socketed shield. Well, two-socketed and also ethereal. I'm seeing a pattern here. We keep finding things that look neat, but then it's ethereal and it'll break on us in no time at all. Oh, you having a good time over there, buddy? Yeah, I'm just fighting an elephant, you know. A war elephant. Iowan, what's up, buddy? Good to see Iowan. We're playing more D2 with a mod attached to it. It's very fun, and I'm still enjoying it. I'm curious about this Spetum. Oh, +1 to combat skills. That's cool. It means that'll sell for a lot of money, but it's not very effective for us, obviously. Ooh, a cool shield. Well, maybe. Maybe it's cool. I guess we'll find out. Ethereal. So ethereal means the weapon or piece of equipment has better stats, but it has less durability and it cannot be repaired. So once the durability runs out, it's broken forever and it's you know, it's useless. So the fact that I found a really good war axe with really good attack damage and everything else, it's like really tempting, but it's ethereal, so it's like the damage is it feels like it's not fake damage. It's not that it's a lie. It's just not very reliable. So if I had a really scary fight coming up and I didn't mind having a throwaway weapon for a while, that'd be fine. But it's like I would have to put gems into it to make it really fancy, and there's no real good way to remove gems, cheaply at least, in this game. So once they're there, that's pretty much where they will remain. It's kind of a bummer. We did level, however, and that means we get cool new gloves. So check this out. We'll lose Kligla's pincers, and Kligla's is actually pretty good. The poison damage is so-so, but I really like the slowest target by 25%. That is really nice. However, this gives increased attack speed and more poison damage, and life and defense. I mean, it's pretty sick. So use that right now. So that makes this the equivalent of fast attack speed. So it's not a huge difference, but it is noticeable, and it'll be more noticeable once we get into the big shit. And let's get that identified. Hold resist. It's okay. Put that down here for now. That has nothing on it. And then, oh, I have to level, right. So let's do strength and vitality. Pretty much strength and vitality forever. Alright, so I was talking about how I have to make a decision here about, do I want to keep Holy Freeze as like the main thing, or do I want to like make Conviction the main thing? Let's continue to go into Holy Freeze a bit. Just because it will, if nothing else, it will make enemies slow. The enemy slowed percentage does go up. And the cold damage goes up too, but I think the slowed percentage is what I'm more excited about. Because once we get into the higher difficulties, damage is nice, but crowd control and like survivability, I would say, is more important. Like you can, if you're not doing a ton of damage in hell difficulty or nightmare difficulty, battles will take longer, but that's not really an issue. It's like you've got more time, but being able to take hits, because if you make like a glass cannon character and it's hardcore, then you know you're gonna have a bad time. Because when it's hardcore, like this character, once they're dead, they are dead forever. So survivability at the cost of like speed or efficiency kind of becomes paramount to survival. Because yeah, playing a hardcore character is very, I like it a lot. I like the added tension of if my character dies, he's gone forever. But it really is a different gameplay loop. I like it, but I completely understand why others are like not quite as into it. Like I would never play hardcore for a game that I didn't know pretty well already. Like if this is my first time or relatively early into experience with Diablo 2, then yeah, there's no freaking way. It would make me too stressed out. Also, I like these guys are called Crush Beasts. Makes me think of the Crushinator from Futurama. And here's my robot daughter, the Crushinator. Now, the Crushinator in that show was not a giant war elephant, but same energy though. Long battle bow. I'm just powering through mana, aren't I? My goodness. Oh, we found one of the Oblivion portals. It's not called an Oblivion portal. Well, actually, maybe it is. Oh, it's not. Okay. Just that's what other people compare it to. All right, here. I'm gonna actually go through the portal first, just because these are really cool, and they're usually not. Well, you get the giant centaur guys. Those guys are kind of scary, but otherwise, this usually isn't too tough necessarily. But it could get scary with the centaur guys. Yeah, these lads, the blood lords. We see these guys later on though, so it's an inevitability. We'll have to deal with them eventually. They're not too bad right now, but later on they can get scary. And I think if what they have to do is they use a skill where it's like a two-handed attack or a dual-wield attack, and if they hit, they get that little swirly. You see that swirly that's in front of him right now? That little like air vortex that's in front of them. Whenever they have that air vortex, it means that they've landed a hit, and then it's each subsequent hit makes them more powerful. So it's like once they get momentum going, they become very frightening. So you gotta snipe those guys quick. They're spooky boys. Nothing else I want to grab. Whoops. These blood lords. Oh god, it's a little scary too when there's a lot of them. Although we're in a good situation right here where we're on this bridge. We can kind of lunch line them if it's like a big group of them. I've learned over the years that crowd control in certain areas really makes all the difference. Like when we did our hardcore necromancer playthrough a year or so ago, we had the necromancer that took us all the way through three difficulties from start to finish completely by ourselves in single player mode. The main thing that allowed that character to thrive is that he was a summonmancer, which means he was all about summoning skeletons and golems to help him fight, and didn't really have a lot of like oomph that he himself he could do. It was mostly just kind of sitting back and letting the other dudes soak up the hits and soak up the aggro for him. So it's like that. It was that crowd control that made the difference. That was what allowed us to not. The character allowed us to not draw in too much aggro ourselves. Sometimes enemies would still, you know, find squirrely ways to get to us, but usually it was just a matter of like keeping the other bad guys at a distance, letting our little skeleton buddies do what was necessary. But good example of what I was saying earlier, where it's like it's not a very fast gameplay style. Like the combat was very slow and arduous, but it was reliable. Grand Charm. I think I said there's a rune scepter. That could be very cool, actually. 16 to 30. Yes, that could be comparable damage-wise if we're lucky. Rune scepters, right? That's the next. That's like the level up version of the standard scepter. That's exciting. Right, and that concludes this little side dungeon area. You know, 1 second you're in a snowy landscape, a snowy mountain, and the next second you're in the pits of hell. So, welcome to Diablo. That is how we do. Actually, I'm kind of curious. Anything over here? Some buddies, some little friends.
I am overburdened.
I'm overburdened. Actually, that's just a standard helm. I probably wouldn't want. Yeah, it's only 2-socket anyway. I was gonna say. Yeah, 3-socketed helm would be really cool. I guess that's something to consider, though. I don't actually know if you can find 3-socketed helms yet.
Impossible.
If that might be a limitation for this difficulty. That long staff is not very good. Yes, we'll keep an eye out for a 3-socketed helm, but it occurs to me that might be something we'll be looking for a while, because certain items are locked behind like how many sockets you can find until later difficulties. Kind of like how there are certain runes that you just cannot find in normal difficulty, or even nightmare difficulty. Certain runes are only hell and beyond. Well, not hell and beyond, but are only hell difficulty at the minimum. And even then, they're still very rare. And one thing that I appreciate is that since we're slowing these guys down, they're not quite as annoying to track down. Because that's one thing that makes these guys so intolerable, is that they'll jump up to you, hit you, and then just walk away, and it's very annoying. Also, what's going on, Mr. Dave? Thank you very much, my friend. Here, let me use my little counter application. There we go. Thank you so much, man. 19 months. That means our sub baby. Oh, actually, no, that means we've had our second sub baby, Mr. Dave. That's so exciting. They grow up so fast. Thank you very much, my man. Thank you very much, and gosh, 19 months. That's a long time. I know I say it a lot, but thank you, my friend. That's very generous. I appreciate you. What you been up to today, my man? For those who don't know, Dave, or not female, he also is a streamer, and I know he's been doing lots of Mass Effect stuff over the past couple months. I'd be curious to know if he has any other projects in the works, because I know the mod work you were doing was a big one for a while there. And also, Dave, I don't know if I told you this, but or if you have been present when I've mentioned it, but Grace actually recently bought a house, and the place that she has, it has fiber internet, and the previous owners had a 16-port Ethernet switch in the basement, and she was talking to them. She was like, Grace was telling me, it's like, yeah, I don't know if they were like really gamers or anything like that, but they were describing what a LAN party is, and I was like, all right, so if they know what a LAN party is, that means that they're giant mega nerds, and they're definitely video games. So it's like, so apparently the place that she bought completely unknowingly was definitely a host for LAN parties. So she was like, oh, you should have a LAN party with your friends, and I was like, you are inviting a hilarious calamity upon yourself by uttering those words. And I fucking love it. More Mass Effect. Yeah, the Legendary Edition, right? The Groove of ME1. Nice. Having time to play it too, yeah. How was the Legendary Edition compared to what you were expecting? Yeah, it was definitely a nerd den, yeah. I mean, LAN party is something that's kind of like just thrown around in, you know, very casual circles, obviously. But yeah, if somebody has a 16 port switch in their abode, and they have fiber internet, it's like, come on, we all know what's going on there. And it's fucking great. It's a thing of beauty, of course. It's a very, very wonderful thing. Also, my guy's getting just all the fireball thingies are getting launched to them, launched towards them. I'm trying to think, Dave, do you remember when our last LAN party was? Like, it's been a while, and of course, you know, 2019 or 2020 was, you know, was a mess in a number of ways. But even before that, though, it's been tough for the group of us, obviously, just because people are there's other responsibilities and other priorities that are having to be juggled right now. You know, people having kids, starting families, and getting married, and buying houses, and just having work shenanigans happen. There's a lot of things pulling people different ways. So it's been a while since, even pre-2020, since we've had the gang back together. I'm good to get that ring. I'm thinking about this bone shield over here, but I don't have any room to pick this thing up. Or maybe I do. What if I slap some stuff over here? I know things are hitting me. Which I'm inventorying. Don't they know? Don't they know I'm trying to pick things up? There we go. We have just enough space. This guy's being a big old meanie. Let's grab that portal scroll real quick just to refresh our numbers. Better than what the modders could do. Yeah, I mean, that's understandable too. Had a few bugs, but they'll probably fix it eventually. There might be some problems in 2 and 3 though. Oh, okay, interesting. I guess you've already heard some about other people having issues. The damage, it's just okay. It's fast, but that's about the nicest thing I could say about that, so I'll just sell it. Here's that cool shield we just got. 2017, maybe 20, yeah, I think 2018 sounds about right. Yeah, it's been a minute. And I think it was at, I don't remember who hosted it. I don't think it was at Justin's, but yeah, it feels like it's been a while. Like I said, I don't fault anybody for it, just because, yeah, it's hard to juggle these things sometimes. It's got 2 sockets, which is cool. So we could make it like a slightly better version of what we have. But even then, it's kind of disappointing. So yeah, I'm just going to sell it. That's not very good. That's not good either. Cold resist 13, I don't think that's worth maximum damage. Yeah, nothing really good, honestly. Nothing that grabbed me. Nothing that inspired me. 10 more soldiers. It's another Tal rune. Add that to our collection. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go ahead and call it and say that shipped things we won't bother with anymore, so I'll just sell those. Flawed I will pick up, but shipped I think we'll just sell those off just because they're just taking up space. Eventually we'll stop picking up flawed and maybe even stop picking up like standard standard gems with no labels. So I'll sell those other ones. Oh, I do have a flawed skull, which is pretty neat. And rearrange these things a little bit more favorably.
At your service.
There we go. That's a little bit cleaner. Oh, I haven't actually looked at his inventory, have I? What do you got for us, fam? Anything cool? Yeah, more of these things. These war axes are really fast, which I appreciate. And the damage looks nice, but not nice enough to allow me to pull the trigger. Faster run walk. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if that's enough for me. Oh, really good defense on that one. Yeah, still nothing about helmets. We'll find one eventually. We've seen plenty of 2-socketed helmets already, but yeah, the 3-socketed helmet, that's the one I would like to find if possible. Or monster friends down below. It is kind of nice being able to one-shot things pretty reliably. Oh, he's fast. Ice Boar. Oh, it's another boss group. That's why. Getting whipped up into a frenzy. I'm working on it. I know. Goddamn, Sharp Tooth Slayer. There we go. Let's get out of here. I am missing a lot of my shots. He's out of there. And he fucking melts. Holy shit. Metal. This is one socket. Get it out of here. Ouch. Oh, fire. I'm standing in fire. Probably not a good idea. Full helm. It is ethereal. Oh, I was hoping it would have sockets. Socket to me. Arbalest. That's a crossbow, right? Yeah. It's a really fancy crossbow. 5 more soldiers, and then we'll be in good shape. For this quest, at least. Demon Rascal. I didn't even notice that name. Another Spetum dropped. Will this have more than one socket? It'll have 3. That's almost 4. 4 is what we're looking for, but I think 4 might be beyond what normal difficulty allows. 3 might be the max right now. Got his ass. Nice. Some more that I wanted to explore. I feel like there might be one more group of... Oh, wait, no. I think there were only 2. Yeah, 2 clusters of dudes to rescue. Let's press that. I think there's like another layer of encampments coming up. Small charm. That actually, what's this? Oh, it's not gonna sell for much. No, I'm good. We'll do without. Just they're being very generous with their mana potion drops. This is good. I feel like we're using a lot of mana right now. Alright. Yeah, we're good on potions too, yeah. Healing potions at least. I see these guys. It's like leaving enemies unattended whenever I see them. It's like, well, I might as well take care of them. It'll take so little time, but then you get sucked into this cycle of, oh, well, here's more bad guys over here. I gotta go take care of him. And then suddenly you've traversed the entire map and ignored picking up anything along the way. Tower shield, I'm curious. Tower shield, 2 sockets. What do you think about that? Is there anything that I'm looking for that has 2 sockets and a shield? I don't think that there is. Let me check my list. If we could get a Lum rune, we could turn it into Splendor, but I think Lum is a fairly high level rune. Same with Shale. I think Shale is fairly high level. Flawless Amethyst, very good. Hey, that's my man, Bro Guy. How you doing, buddy? Thank you very much for that raid. Give me 1 sec, I can add the points to the counter. What's up, buddy? We're playing some Diablo 2. This is actually a fan-made, or I guess a community-made mod for Diablo 2 called Project Diablo, and it is very, very good. Any resubs? How you doing, my man? Thank you so much, Bro Guy. That's very generous of you, my friend. It's good to see you. For those who don't know, Bro Guy is the incredibly talented artist behind our sub badges. So if anybody has ever thought to yourself, those are some handsome sub badges, I bet a handsome, talented gentleman made those, you would be correct. And Bro Guy is that handsome, talented gentleman. And also he streams, very cool games, including Resident Evil Village. Very nice, by the way. What are your thoughts on Village? I know that there, of course, has been a lot of discourse about it online, and a lot of dank memes. How are you liking it so far? You can't be blushing. You're too damn bad. Too damn bad. That's the least I can do, my friend. You've done a lot for me, my man. I appreciate you. Thank you to Dave, by the way. Thank you for the shout out for our friend. I appreciate you helping us out. Pretty early into it? Okay, yeah. Because I'll confess I'm very far out of the loop when it comes to Resident Evil. I've only played Resident Evil 4, actually, so I am the biggest scrub to ever scrub a dub, but I enjoy watching other people play the games. Grace and I were watching Baru play 7 a month or so ago, and that was really fun. So I, even if I'm far removed, I still enjoy the series, kind of from a distance. Feeling kind of... Oh, I'm sorry you're feeling kind of sick. I mean, you've always been pretty sick, but no, I'm sorry you're feeling under the weather, though. That's no funsies. So, yeah, the things that have happened have got you kind of good, though. I guess, yeah, if there's any one benefit to feeling under the weather is that, yeah, certain games hit different, so to speak. 1 and 4 on your own. Nice. Very nice, yeah. Was it the remake of 1, or was it, like, original, like, OG 1? Because I know original Resident Evil 1 is pretty hard to play by today's standards. But I understand the remake, like the HD remake, is pretty solid for Resident Evil 1 at least. And these guys really like throwing fire things at us, don't we? Or don't they? Get this ass. Get that asshole. There we go. Play the first, look, yeah, the remake of 1, very good. Yeah. Yeah, and of course there's Resident Evil 2, which I guess the remake for that came out, what do you think, last year? Because 2 and 3 had remakes pretty much back to back, it seems. And I've heard they're both good, but yeah, it's like that's much more recent, much more fresh. Bump. Oh, it had 2 different remakes. Oh, okay, because I'm thinking of the one that was on Steam, or is on Steam. It was on other platforms as well, but it's just, I think it's just considered the HD remake. I didn't know there was another one. I know there's one on the DS that wasn't a remake. Well, maybe it was a remake in some ways. I understand that one was closer to just a straight port. But yeah, I know that was another thing that kind of made the rounds for a bit. Yeah, it's interesting that there were multiple remakes for Resident Evil 1. All this destruction that we have left in our wake. No regrets. Actually, I'm going to identify the charm we have right now. +1 to dexterity. I'll probably just sell it, honestly. What else do you have on the docket for this week, Mr. Bro Guy, if you have other stuff you plan on streaming? Get this Demon Hut. And no, Demon Hut is not another name for Pizza Hut, although, well, the jokes do kind of write themselves, though. He feels much stronger now. Very good. More Final Fantasy 14 in Valheim. Nice, dude. I was actually just talking about Final Fantasy 14 with one of my mods who stopped in a little bit earlier. I know FF14 has really been popping off over the past, gosh, I don't know, several years it seems. Like, it continues to really impress me. As a person who's not a huge MMO guy, I can certainly appreciate what they're doing from afar. Valheim's good with friends, yeah. I haven't seen it streamed as much, but I know it still sounds pretty relatively popular at least. It's a time vampire. Yeah, we were just talking about games that are known for just like deleting an entire evening if you let it. I mean, for me, this is one of those games actually where if you park me in front of Diablo 2 and don't supervise me, I will kill an entire day streaming it like a freaking weirdo, which is exactly what I did yesterday, and it was great. And I regret nothing, but it was a very enjoyably long and dense stream full of Diablo-y good times. So it's like some games are just like that. RimWorld is actually another one of those where, yeah, it just takes... It can just make the time fly by. Diablo 2 is a time vampire, yeah. I've never actually heard the term time vampire, but it's such an eloquent and appropriate term, like, to describe it, honestly. It's a really good online game, yeah. I mean, as far as online MMOs, I know that, of course, World of Warcraft is a big one, but yeah, I would say as far as, like, a game that people... I don't want this to sound mean. I'm just gonna say a game that people enjoy universally when they play it. Because I know I have a lot of friends that play World of Warcraft, and the ones that shit on World of Warcraft the most are the ones that play it the most. At least that's my observation. Not Female, who's one of my friends, his name is Dave, who's in the chat. We have several mutual friends who grew up playing WoW together, and they still play it, and it's like, I think both Dave and I are in their Discord server where they kind of nerd out about it, and they'll talk about raids that they do together and characters that they're building, and roughly 50% of the discourse in that server is them shitting on WoW, and then the other half is talking about how much fun they're having. So it's like, I know they're enjoying it, and I know it's mostly memes, but it's like you get the impression that the haters are the most vocal haters are the ones that are secretly having a good time, but they don't want to make it sound like they're having too much fun or something. So I don't know. It's interesting to me that like I hear a lot of complaints from people who love that game about World of Warcraft, that is, but Final Fantasy 14, it's always positive things. Coined it yourself, it's a perfect term. An excellent term to use. The sunken cost fallacy, yeah, that's a good point too. That's at least probably a part of it where it's like, yeah, I've invested so much time into this character or into this expansion or what have you, or I mean, I've already paid for the month's subscription, so I might as well get my money's worth. So yeah, that's probably a big part of it too, honestly. Same with League of Legends. Well, I guess with League, maybe, hopefully, it's different where it's like localized to individual like evenings where it's like, oh, I've lost a couple matches, I don't want to end on a loss, I gotta get one more sick dubski so I can go to bed, and then suddenly it's 4 a.m. and it's like 3 losses later and it's like, what am I doing with my life? Yeah, you hate it, but you played it, yeah, 2.5 hours ago. Exactly. So it's like the people that hate on it are the ones that enjoy it, but it's just the game is sometimes fucking infuriating. So it's just how it goes. It's the nature of the world we live in. I'm gonna store some things. I'm trying to inventory over here, but I'm getting lit on fire by these dudes. It's fucking jabronis up here. My guy's trying to cast spells, but it's not gonna reach very well. Yeah, lots of money, lots of time over the years. I might as well stick with it, even if if it feels like bullshit now. Yeah, and especially if like your friends play it. So if you wanted to play something else, it's like, well, I guess I'm obligated to stick to it, even if I'm not feeling it, just because I want to socialize with my homies. So yeah, it's like there's a lot of factors at play there, I would imagine, for some folks. And Userman, what's up, buddy? Thank you very much, Mr. Userman, for also resubbing. Thank you for that, my friend. Thank you for 6 months of being subscribed. That's very generous of you, my friend. You're so freaking nice. Thank you, Userman. You've been so generous. It's very kind of you, my friend. Played WoW for 7 years, yeah, but just kind of stumbled on FF14 and sky's the limit from there, baby. I love it. Yeah, that's so awesome. Because of course, when 14 first came out, there were some issues, but they like reworked the game and now it's fucking incredible. So it's awesome. Yeah, feels like an investment. Yeah, I believe it. I totally believe it. Oh, that's sweet of you to say, Broga. That's very generous. The term, of course, is vocal diarrhea, where I just flap my gab as a proper Midwesterner, Midwesterner with trying to squeeze past you to grab the Rhine Stressen. But afraid to touch Final Fantasy 14. Yeah, I'm not a huge MMO guy, so I think I would mostly be immune to its charms, but I can observe it from afar and appreciate what they're doing. But yeah, I understand the notion where it's like I don't want to get sucked into it though, man. Yeah, I might not come out of it. Exactly. Yeah, I might not see you again, Dave. That might be the end of it. But no, I mean, Final Fantasy 14, I mean, apparently there's a lot of content to the game. They're updating it frequently. There was an expansion not too long ago that I think was considered like pretty good by many people that play the game. So it seems like it's just I just only hear positive things. Whereas with Justin and Brad and those guys and Eric, we only hear complaints about World of Warcraft. So it's like, dude, so what are you doing? It was it was a garbage fire. I heard it was just not great. Like, it wasn't horrible. It's just there wasn't a lot going for it when it first came out, and there was the scope was ambitious, but there was just no way that they were able to make it happen when it first launched. But yeah, and they realized that. They were like, shit, we gotta fix this, and they did an excellent job. They like listened to user feedback, or player feedback rather. They like considered what the community wanted. They considered like new features that would set it apart from the competition. And yeah, now it's like big MMO game on campus. And I mean, I guess in a lot of ways it probably is still playing second fiddle as far as popularity compared to World of Warcraft. But I mean, as far as a game that like people feel good about playing and doesn't make them feel awful, I mean, that's a pretty glowing endorsement, I'd say. Some awesome moments. Yeah, it's like it sounds like a good thing to get sucked into, honestly. But yeah, I guess the meme where it's like, I don't know if I wanna how ready am I to get sucked into something like this? I guess that's the question too. Because sometimes I get into that mood where I think to myself, I kind of want to like lose myself in a game. Like sometimes it's something I will seek out, but other times it's like, do I want to commit to this? Like, I don't know, man. I don't know if I'm ready. Diary of the mouth. Yeah, verbal bar. Yeah, there's a lot of terms for it. Yeah, and it's all 100% accurate. But thank you, bro, guys. It's very generous of you to say such nice things. You're always such a generous guy. I'm actually gonna hop back to town because our inventory is as full as it could possibly be. What the heck are we doing? Identify our stuff. Might be the WoW killer. I would say if there was a game that could at least like, I don't think anything can topple WoW, but if it could at least be like an alternative that offers a very different experience, but it's still an MMO, like something that where it's like, if you dislike this about WoW, try this, and it might just, you know, convert you. Maybe time was the WoW killer. Yeah, that's the other thing too, is that it's definitely seeded some of the market share over time, and yeah, arguably the thing that messed it up was WoW themselves. It was Blizzard rather themselves. So, because I know some expansions weren't great for some folks. I know some people love WoW Classic. Some people have been disappointed by it. Some people have been very disappointed by how Blizzard has handled certain like things with some of their other games. Others not so much. So, yeah, it's weird how that's been kind of all over the place, honestly. The more WoW fucks up their game, yeah. I haven't heard much bad stuff lately with regards to WoW. I know that for a while there were some expansions that were inspiring ire amongst its player base, but seems like lately things have been relatively quiet, which is good. Square at least does a lot of stuff right. Yeah, I mean there's criticisms to be levied against Square for some of their other games. I mean, you know, of course, I don't blame somebody for being frustrated, but it seems like at least for Final Fantasy XIV, they've really got a good thing going. The game balance has been big, yeah. Diablo 3, I mean Diablo 3 was a big one too. Yeah, there's a lot of things that were like punctures into the armor of Blizzard's goodwill. And yeah, Diablo 3, at least the Diablo 3 launch, I think it's gotten a lot better. But when Diablo 3 launched, that was a big one. World of Warcraft kind of, you know, went up and down, had peaks and valleys. The Warcraft 3 Reforged Edition, we were talking about that not too long ago. There's just been lots of hits. The hits start coming and they don't stop coming. Sell those off. So yeah, it would be nice for that to, you know, improve at some point. I'm just gonna sell that axe, by the way. This bow isn't very good. The sword, man, I was hoping the sword would be cool, but it's not very cool at all. Some patches, yeah, sometimes you like the patches, sometimes not. Everything feels good and fun in 14 with the patch notes, that kind of thing. Yeah, any job, any class, yeah, that's good. That's good. So it's like the game balance sounds like that's very important to the devs, which is good. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. It's like it all sounds very encouraging. It's very nice to hear, honestly. The good shit. We need more of that good shit. We would like to hear. We have a number of things. Oh, was I gonna sell Kliglaws? I guess I'll stash it for now. I hasten to think that I'll need more Kliglaws ever, because I don't think the tooth or the claw are very good, so the set bonuses wouldn't be worth it. So I'll probably end up just selling it eventually. That's 2 of those. And 3 of those. That means we can get our... Oh, I forgot to pick up my cube. Let's go grab that real quick. Kind of the start of the downward spiral. I think the argument could be made that the start had begun prior, but it was at least a major symptom of it for sure. Yeah, the WoW private servers. Oh, fuck, I forgot about that, man. Yeah, exactly. Warcraft 3 Reforged, then there's, yeah, Diablo Immortal. That whole debacle, Jesus, yeah, that was a whole mess. That was a whole mess, although I've mentioned before, it's like I can at least have some degree of sympathy towards the dudes giving that presentation, because apparently the behind-the-scenes story is that they were planning on showing Diablo 4, or at least announcing it, at that particular BlizzCon, but then they pulled it at the last minute because what they had they didn't feel like they wanted to show it yet. So they had hyped up like, oh, we're gonna have some major Diablo news this year, like holy shit, it's gonna be hype. And there was all this hype, and then the hype was smartphone game, and people were like, dude, like, why get us so excited for such a fucking joke, for an out of season April Fool's joke, as that one fucking dude said. So it's like, on the one hand, I feel bad for the individuals, but I don't feel bad for Blizzard getting fucking dunked on, because that was like, guys, what are we fucking doing, man? This is ridiculous. Yeah, it's the company's fault as a whole, for sure. The smaller patches, removing shit. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's like, I get there are people that still really love World of Warcraft. I don't want to make it sound like I'm shitting on the game or saying that people are wrong to like it, obviously, but I just know that the people that really love the game have have had a lot of grievances against it, and for some they've jumped ship, for others they haven't. Obviously, you know, that's a personal choice, but I know that it's been a big thing for a lot of folks, understandably. Haven't done anything right in a while. What was the last good thing Blizzard did? I mean, apparently WoW Classic was like cool at first. I've heard less than good things from a few friends, but like after it launched about WoW Classic, but that was at least something that people were excited about, which was cool. I'm hopeful for the Diablo II Resurrected edition. I was talking the other day about how I'm encouraged by what I'm hearing from like some of the development leads for the game, where it's like they don't want to change a lot of stuff. They want to make it a fresh experience, but they want to keep the Diablo 2 isms intact, and they don't want to like try to fix a lot of the game. So it's like that's encouraging to me, but I know better than to get my hopes up and then to get too hyped for it. So I'm like tepid enthusiasm, but I'm not going to be brokenhearted if it's a garbage fire when it comes out. In fact, I mean, I definitely won't buy it when it first comes out. I'll wait for the reviews to come in. But so like, there's things that I'm hopeful for. I don't really think I'm hopeful for Diablo 4. I don't think it'll be bad, but I don't think it'll be what I'm looking for. I think somebody described it well, where Diablo 4 will probably be closer to Path of Exile, because I think Path of Exile is probably their current like major competition for that game. So they're probably going to make it more Path of Exile, which is fine. And Path of Exile is an incredible game. It's just not what I'm looking for. So it's like, I think it's I don't know if it's that thing. It is that, you know, things are bad necessarily. It's just they've drifted away from what I was hoping for necessarily. Not a huge fan of WoW Classic. Yeah, I've heard a couple of friends say that they were really enjoying it at first, and then they kind of dropped off after a while. Why bother building hype? Just, yeah, drop a trailer. Yeah, it's like, I guess that was it. Apparently, they even what they had in the trailer, allegedly, you know, they didn't feel proud showing. It's like, I mean, Blizzard, of course, has a reputation for having a lot of, like, at least presentation-wise, having, like, very polished cutscenes and whatnot. Like, I guess whatever they had, it just wasn't worth showing, according to their standards, you know, for better or for worse. I don't know the full story, obviously, but allegedly, that was, like, part of why that was such a shit show. But you're right. I mean, they could have just showed, like, the Diablo 4 title, and that's it. Like, just tell us it's happening, because it had been rumored for years. So it was like, when it finally got announced, it was like, oh, okay, well, now it's official, we know it's happening. But it wasn't a shock, really. It was like, well, yeah, we know this has been a thing. Just have something to show for it. No one wants to play the older expansions. Yeah, just how they handled it, right? The legal action from the, yeah, exactly. They were, at first they were like, what was that one quote? One of them was quoted as saying like, oh, you think you want this, but you don't. And which, I mean, it's one thing to scoff at the notion and say like, oh, you guys want us to do this thing, and we're not going to do it because we think it's dumb. But then, like guy was saying, they're like sending cease and desists to these private servers saying like, we're not going to do this thing, and also we're not going to allow you to do this thing either. So it's like, it just had left a very sour taste in a lot of people's mouths, understandably. So it was just a mess. The private server thing, yeah, it was gross. Seems kind of scummy. I would go as far as to say it was absolutely scummy. Absolutely. Also, Syria Machakra, good to see you, my friend. Elder Scrolls 6 kind of thing. Oh yeah, like, yeah, they announce it and then they go quiet for a while. I don't mind that. I know other people do. I have some friends who are big Metroid fans who are very upset about the lack of news from Nintendo. And I'm over here just like, yo, I'm just glad it's happening. I'm just glad it's happening, that we know it's being developed right now. But I know there are some people that don't like that much. They don't like being left in the dark. So I guess it's like, I don't know. I don't know what the right answer is, but me personally, I'm okay with like, yeah, like, you know, go quiet, you know, work on it. You know, I don't have to be shown much. I just want to know that it's being worked on. I just want to know it'll happen someday. Is that the video? Yeah, when there was like an interview, right, where they were saying, yeah, you think you want this thing, but you don't. Like they were trying to dictate to the audience what they really wanted, and it just felt, yeah, it just felt gross. It just felt like they were out of touch. And I think if I would like to think that that experience hopefully has humbled Blizzard and has like made them realize that they gotta be maybe a little bit more considerate of that kind of stuff. I mean, I know better again than to get my hopes up. This is a company that is still not exactly in our good graces, but I like to think that there's opportunity for redemption. So we'll see. But and pretty much anything they produce or announce, there's gonna be met with like just a small voice in the back of my head that says like, we'll see. You know, just a giant asterisk on any hype. They do that shit all the time. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. I know of this. I'm guessing it's that video. I haven't watched it yet, but that one particular interview. It wouldn't shock me if there were other offenses that they committed necessarily. As other than Diablo, I've actually been kind of out of the loop with Blizzard stuff because I never really played. I've never played WoW. I'm not into Overwatch. I've never played StarCraft. Like I'm about as, you know, casual of a Blizzard person as I could be, other than Diablo. And I like Diablo 3. Yeah, but I mean I'm very much more into the old school stuff. So I feel like I've been kind of out of the loop for a while. So I don't really follow it as closely as maybe I ought to. Don't think it'll resemble it too strongly. Kind of an outlier. I mean, it would be. I would hope that they would forge their own path, but I'm just kind of bracing myself to see it and go like, well, this looks like something I don't know if I really enjoy too much. This feels like a loot treadmill. I mean, that's what I dislike about it. That's what I'm worried that they'll go. That's the path that they'll go down. But well, yeah. But I mean, we'll see. I would like for them to not go down that path, like you were saying. You play our game how we decide to make it. Yeah. Yeah, you're not on the dev team. And to a degree, I get the notion where it's like, we want to provide a game experience on our terms. Like, I get that. Oh, combat skills. Oh, wow, that's tempting. I get that, at least to a degree, but... So I understand that to me is like a reasonable excuse for why we aren't gonna make this thing because we don't want to. But then to go out of the way to say, oh, and you can't enjoy it, and we're gonna... you know, threaten legal action against any kind of like modifications to do your own private servers. That's where it's like, oh, dude, what the hell? So, like, I get them saying we want to make a certain kind of experience, and that's what we're gonna stick to. But then it's like, if anybody deviates, then we're gonna start to, you know, drop the ban hammer. That's where it's like, guys, what are you guys doing? This is getting weird. So I fell way behind in chat. It's sustainable because they have to. Yeah, exactly. It's like, that's a good point too, August. They do have to do the patches every so often. So yeah, that's probably a big part of it. So yeah, so if I guess it depends on how they want to finance, or not finance, but what kind of game model they want to go for Diablo 4. But yeah, unless it is that kind of like the kind of regular seasonal update, then yeah, that's a good thing to consider. Maybe it won't be quite as treadmill-y as I'm worried it will be. Building hope for years for a game, it can harm it. Yeah, if it goes too long. That's a very good point. I would say that starts to get into Half-Life 3 territory where they were like, yeah, we'll make it eventually, and then they just like refuse to talk about it. So yeah, it's like there has to be a balance in some way. Because what was it? The whole Diablo Immortal thing, that was 2016, 2015, and then Diablo 4 was announced in 2018. Does that sound right? So there was at least a 2 or 3 year gap. So maybe, I mean, yeah, maybe they really needed that time. Like maybe Blizzard was looking at this and they were saying, this would just suck. I don't know. It's hard to say, but it was probably a call they had to make. It was a call. It sounds like they had to make at the 11th hour. It's just shitty that they left the presenter dudes just kind of on the chopping block as a result. What's up, Murdercrats? Got some pizza? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Or Duke Nukem. Yeah, Duke Nukem. That's another big one for sure. Absolutely. Baby Ray. No, I mean, it's understandable. I wouldn't say the frustration is unfounded. I think, you know, these are all valid criticisms to be made. So and if nothing else, I enjoy the perspectives from somebody like Bro Guy, who's much more knowledgeable about this stuff than I am. So it's like, you know, I feel like I'm hearing it closer to the source than just like having just having like the telephone way of hearing news that I sometimes do, where it's like I just read the Discord messages from friends' conversations, you know, hours after the fact or days after the fact sometimes. So it's like I kind of like hearing these perspectives. Blizzard's probably aware that there's probably, yeah. Oh, right. Yeah, that was the other thing too. Because that and the Reforged edition probably were pretty close, relatively close together time-wise. So yeah, I would hope, that's what I'm saying, David. Like, I'm hoping that is them realizing that, like, I'm hoping that has humbled them in some way. Just the events of, I guess, 2019 in totality, like, was them realizing, like, oh man, we've kind of been fucking up. We need to, like, try to win back some positive PR. Because, I mean, anything they produce will sell, for now at least. But yeah, it's like eventually you wonder what the bottom is. Like, what's the worst it can get before people stop buying their games? And maybe they're worried that it's approaching. So we'll see. More than aware they're releasing remasters. I mean, that's the thing too. It's like, the remasters are nice and they'll sell at least at first, but I mean, yeah, you can't really monetize that very well. I mean, probably won't have microtransactions. Here, I'll say hopefully won't have microtransactions or stuff like that. So yeah, from a business model perspective, yeah, it's not exactly going to be a money printing apparatus necessarily. It's brutal and too short to release playable content. Hold on, for Path of Exile, right? Yeah. The first week is always kind of gross. Oh, really? I guess I'm not that surprised. But you feel like they're kind of stuck now. That's really unfortunate. I mean, I know they've been doing a great job of pushing out a lot of content, but if you're thinking that maybe they've like overcommitted a little bit and they've kind of got into an unsavory cycle, then yeah, it's like, yeah, maybe Blizzard sees that and goes, we don't want to go down that route. Because I was thinking maybe they would, but yeah, you're right. You might be onto something, August. That might be like a cautionary tale. Also, JD, good to see you, buddy. Devs being hamstrung by managers chasing the latest trends. Yeah. Oh, you're right. There was an Overwatch 2 that got announced. I forgot that even got announced. Holy shit, you're right. That was a thing that got announced and people were not super excited about it, but yeah, that was a thing. And presumably, I guess it's still a thing. That was like that was also 2019, wasn't it? Like BlizzCon 2019, I think. Yeah, just unsatisfactory leadership. Right, yeah. Oh, fucking WildStar. Oh man, bro, guy. If my friends Justin or Eric or Brad, if any of those guys ever streamed, I would want to introduce you to them because they were so hyped for WildStar. Because it looked cool. I mean, as a non-MMO guy, I thought it looked neat. And they were so hyped for it. The game came out and they liked it, kinda, but you could, based on when I was talking to Justin in particular about it, I remember talking to him about it and he was like, I could tell he really wanted to like it, but there was something missing and he couldn't quite put his finger on it, and they dropped it fairly soon after that. And it was such a bummer because they were looking for something, maybe not as a WoW killer per se, but a WoW replacement, and they were really hoping that WildStar would be able to scratch that itch. But because there were some cool ideas, there were some things that could have gone well for it to set it apart from the competition, but as I understand it, it kind of failed to deliver. So it's like, I know that's kind of a sour, I wouldn't say a sour subject per se, but it was a cautionary tale in like, yeah, getting overhyped for something, and then it comes out and they were just like, this is alright, but it's not great. It's not garbage, it's not it. This ain't it. It's not scratching the itch like we were hoping, like that kind of thing. Mother 3 and Star Citizen. Now with Mother 3, oh, I'm guessing like, yeah, if it'll ever get ported to US audience, or I guess localized to Western audiences, because or PAL regions, PAL and or NTSC regions, because yeah, because that has been a thing. I've never actually played any of the Mother or Earthbound games. Spinekill, a good screen name by the way. Good name for this guy. There we go. But I have a number of friends that really like the series and would love a proper localization. Apparently there's some scenes, I understand there's some scenes in Mother 3 where localizing it would be incredibly challenging to do so properly because certain audiences wouldn't maybe react so well to it. So there might be some actual reasons for why they haven't done it, but still it is kind of a bummer. But for Star Citizen, it's like, I guess that's a different situation where it's just perpetually being worked on. Like, I know it's made a lot of money and has promised a lot of stuff, and people like it. I mean, I know it's apparently good. It's just a question of like, when will this ever be done? And I don't know what the answer is, honestly. And let's see, what's this? What's this for Murdercrats? I'm supposed to say, yeah. Oh, okay, what's this? Was this the dominoes? Oh, it's this thing. Okay, yeah. I just need to listen enough to hear it. All right, here we go, Murdercrats. Yamu, yamu, pizza, pizza. There we go. That's as cringy as I can make it. I hope you enjoyed. Locking quality of life. Yeah, that's the thing too. When it comes to like remasters, that kind of stuff. Yeah, Nintendo has been kind of a questionable offender of that. Well, maybe offender isn't a nice way, isn't a fair way to put it, but like they've really been leaning hard in that kind of stuff. And yeah, I understand that there's, what was it, the Twilight Princess remaster of sorts has like some of the like the post-game content, like the new stuff, yeah, locked behind the amiibo, which is kind of scummy because then it's like physical DLC, which feels kind of shitty. So it's like, I know it's they're as much as I like Nintendo, the way that they've handled some of the remaster stuff isn't always, you know, very savory. Feels kind of player unfriendly sometimes. It was getting in Japan was a nightmare. Oh wait, for the amiibo thing or for something about with Mother 3? You got it, Bum Rocky? Nice. Hell yeah, Bum Rocky. I know you said you were trying to find the keys. Another fancy broadsword. Well, I say it's fancy. It might not be fancy at all. It might be disappointing. Or it could be amazing. What would ever be done? Yeah, that's the thing too. It's like, it's making a lot of money, but I also wonder, like, is it like a small number of people that are financing it, or is it just really popular? And I really don't know. I've been so far removed from the Star Citizen conversation that I just assume it's still happening in the background, but I have completely tuned it out. Not because I'm avoiding it, just because it's just, I don't think it'll, if it'll ever be done, like if it'll actually ever truly be finished, I don't know if it'll even be a blip on anyone's radar. Or I mean, I guess for people who are playing it, they'll care about it, but it's like, by the time it's finished, so to speak, like, nobody else will really be left to care about it. Well, it's not that they won't be left to care about it, but there's nobody from the outside will really care as much, I don't think. The only people that'll be excited about it will be the people who are already playing it. So yeah, so when the game comes out, they're saying it wouldn't have a subscription? Because yeah, I assumed that the subscription was like a permanent fixture. But if they're saying the subscription model would go away, then yeah, that's exactly it. That would kind of go against their best interest, financially at least. So that would be a curious choice on their part. For adding this time sync, my pleasure, my friend. If it's gonna eat days of my life, it might as well eat yours as well, or others as well. So we can, I would say we can suffer together, but it's an enjoyable suffering, so it's, you know, suffer quote unquote together. Skyward Sword would be nice to play. I mean, I would sure hope they don't go down that route again. I have no idea. I like Skyward Sword, and which I know makes me, I know not everybody likes Skyward Sword, and there's a lot of criticisms to be made against that game. But I like it a lot, and I'm interested in the remake, well, not remake, but the re-release. But I would hope that they wouldn't do what they did with Twilight Princess, where, yeah, like, they add new stuff, and the but is that it's locked behind amiibo. Because I like the amiibo stuff, I think it's neat, but having, like, locking functionality behind it feels kind of scummy. I like the idea of, like, bonus stuff, but I wouldn't, I feel like that crosses the line when it gets to, like, you know, game content that is, like, part of the selling point of the game, you know, like a new dungeon. I know the stuff that's not behind the amiibo isn't huge, like isn't like hugely critical to the game. But still, it's like that's content I would like to see, and if I didn't already have the amiibo, I would be bummed, because that means I would have to seek out probably an overpriced secondhand purchase, you know, because obviously they're probably not making them as much, if at all, anymore nowadays. So it's like you're limited to buying them used from, like, you know, an aftermarket seller. What's the shield? 2 sockets. That's okay. Mother 3 took 12 years of development? Really? I had no idea Mother 3 took so long to make. And that's just the original release. That's not even considering any like, not ports, any localizations or anything. It's making more money? Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it's a big studio that's making Star Citizen, but I mean, I would imagine they're making bank. That's okay, I'll go ahead and grab it. You did find it, but I'm lucky. Nice, yeah. There'll be a lot of hype for it. I don't know, I feel like if there is any hype for Star Citizen, it's already like localized to the people that are playing it right now. I feel like people that were kind of interested, like myself, who've since forgotten about it, they'll see it and they'll go, oh, that's neat, but it's like any enthusiasm dried up so long ago. It's just it's hard to like inspire much excitement now, just because Star Citizen, that first Kickstarter was like, I don't know, it was, I want to say 8 years ago. Does that sound right? So, I don't know. I don't know if there would be much hype outside of the already like very dedicated community. Can't justify $60 for Skyward Sword. That is a bummer, honestly. It does make me sad that it's gonna be $60 at launch. I can't remember how much Twilight Princess was when it launched, if it was also $60, but yeah, it feels a bit much. Same with the, well, to a degree, similar with the Mario All-Stars collection, Mario 3D All-Stars collection. I mean, you could maybe say, well, it's $20 per game, so it's $60 for 3 games. Still, it felt kind of bare bones. I mean, I bought it. I mean, I'm part of the problem. But I mean, I like that Mario Sunshine is in widescreen. Like, I like that it's a nifty way to be able to play those games. But it felt a little bit lackluster based on what you would hope for. Because I mean, there are some games, like I mentioned, the Command and Conquer collection that came out, I guess, a year or two ago, 2019, I think, that had a lot of cool features built in, runs really nice in modern operating systems, has like multiple graphics options, like remastered graphics and the old stuffs. So it's like, you know, there are ways to do re-releases or ports in ways that add something new to the table and aren't just, yeah, here's the same thing, but, you know, with really nothing added to it. Maybe widescreen for a game, and that's it. So it's like, the feature of the 3D All-Stars collection was that you could play Sunshine again, because Sunshine hadn't been available for so long. So it's like, that's pretty much it. So it's just lackluster, honestly. Also, I'm out of mana potions, so I will need to. It would behoove me my interests to go back to town in a second. The fast travel needs it. Oh, so they have functionality that requires Amiibo. They've already announced that. Oh, that's shitty then. I am getting very bare bones here. Just warp on back.
Hello.
'Cause yeah, if so, that's kind of a bummer. Was there already fast travel in Skyward Sword? I can't remember. I know there was the bird creatures that would, you know, your mount that you could fly from location to location, but I didn't think there was like a fast travel. So maybe that's like a new feature that they're adding in. (1994 to 2006). Wow, that's nuts. I had no idea it had such an enormous development cycle. That's wild. Just depends on the business model. Jesus, $10,000 carriers. That's wild. Yeah, that's insane. Yeah, it just blows my mind, honestly. It really does. Sounds like a balancing. It sounds like a nightmare in a lot of ways, honestly. Eve pulls it off, but well, yeah, Eve is a different beast, though. It's hard to compare Eve to anything, or compare anything to Eve, because Eve isn't a video game anymore. It's its own world economy, honestly. Shit's wild. If it would have had Galaxy 2, yeah. If it would have had Galaxy 2, I mean, $60 for me would have been a no-brainer. And I already have Galaxy 1 and 2 available to me, so it's like not a huge issue for me, but yeah, it would have been nice to have them both, honestly. Elite Dangerous. Is Elite Dangerous not so good? Because I have friends that love that game, but I don't really keep up with it much. Also, only 2 sockets. Although we could go ahead and make lore. We could do it. We could make it happen. Also, I found a second one of these. Let's go ahead and sell that. Fire resist. Oh, 3%. That's not very good. Mana, Frost Nova, attack rating. Cold resist plus 20. Wow. That's impressive. 2 to dexterity. I have to make some decisions here. There wasn't fast travel. Okay, so it's a new feature, and this new feature is locked behind amiibo. So it's like, that's kind of shitty. It's like, I guess it's not a deal breaker for me necessarily, but it just feels kind of gross. Galaxy 2 is good. Yeah, I actually haven't played Galaxy 2 yet. I've only played Galaxy 1 between the two. Yeah, it's a shame that they excluded it. It turned out okay eventually. Oh, but it was kind of rough at launch. Similar to some other space exploration games we can think of. There's a new patch that didn't go so well. It's a shame. I have the friends that I'm thinking of that have been playing Star Citizen, or I'm sorry, not Star Citizen, Elite Dangerous. I'll just sell this one. Yeah, this one's better. I haven't heard or like seen them play it recently, so I guess I should clarify that maybe they don't play it much nowadays, but for a little while there, like for a good number of months there, I would say like I had a pretty decent number of folks that I knew that were playing a lot of Elite Dangerous. So I don't know if it's kind of dropped off for some folks, but I would say like March of last year, like Elite Dangerous was popping up for a lot of folks. This sword's just okay. So one thing I could do. Alright, I was gonna sell this one, yeah. Just want to look at weapons and whatnot. Anything that grabs me. I might go ahead and make a rune word now, actually. The more I think about it, because... Oh, wait, hold on. What was that? What did that, those gloves have? It does have increased attack speed. Oh, wait. Well, ours is actually more. More attack speed. It was okay at release, but now it's gotten better. Still a pretty good mining space. Oh, it's still a good at mining space rocks. I gotcha. But the latest patch was not so great. Yeah, hopefully they can, you know, clean that up a little bit. About a month. Yeah, agreed. It's like, hopefully that they have a chance to kind of right that ship then. The correct course. Let's see, so... Do I have multiple Neph and or Ith runes? I'm pretty sure the answer to both is yes. We have multiple Neph and multiple Iths. So yeah, I can go ahead and make lore, which is... Oh, I can't. I need an Ort rune. Ort. So in that case, I'll just hang on to this, but once we find an Ort rune, then we can make that shit happen. It's kind of a shame because we found Sol and Thol. Thol, I think, is more rare than Ort. This... Thol and Tal are part of this like family of elemental runes. So it's kind of a shame that, yeah, one of those is not so likely. Do I need this cold resistance? It's nice. We eventually probably will need it, so I think I'll hang on to it for now, but it is nice. It's a nice to have right now, I would say. Alright, so in that case, so we'll keep that for now. I will go and purchase some mana potions because I'm getting close to being... Oh no, I am out of those. That's why I had to leave. I'll like buy a bunch. I feel like now that I've gotten rid of, temporarily at least, my cool extra mana amulet, I'm now like requiring a bunch more of that stuff. Okay. I'm glad that the demon hut didn't just spawn an infinite number of these demon lads while I was gone. Oh, I just used a potion that I immediately leveled. That's fine. And of course I have the combat skills amulet, which is really cool. We are one level away from getting conviction. Guess I'll just put more in Holy Freeze. For the time being, at least. But like I said, eventually I'll have to choose. Stick with Holy Freeze. Or try to, like, mostly or maybe make a conviction the primary one. And use the and kind of like trade off from them both. I have to experiment, honestly, just because it's hard to say which is the right choice at this point. Oh, that's a dead end. God. These little goblin lads are so annoying to deal with sometimes. Now, let's see. Let's. I was gonna say, is the AI smart enough to just kill him right then and there, or is he gonna try to follow me? Because he'll just teleport to me. But right now he is stuck on the map. There's a lot of friends over here. They're making their guys mad. That death animation is delightfully morbid. The way their skin just melts off from their frame. Metal AF. Is it, like, unnecessarily grotesque? Yes. Do I love it? Also yes. Double yes. Yeah, I've heard, I have a couple friends that say Galaxy 2 is their favorite Mario game ever. Because I like Galaxy 1. I would say I probably like Sunshine and 64 more than Galaxy 1, but I still liked it. But yeah, I've heard Galaxy 2 just is better in like every way. Okay, here we go. We are seeing some 3-socketed helms. So 3-socketed helms are possible. It's probably very unlikely. Just very rare. Music is good, yeah. Oh yeah, I know I will like it. It's like no doubt in my mind. Bing. I'm trying to break down a door, but I keep missing. How do you miss a stationary object? The door dodges to the side somehow. How does that shit even work? Dworax. That's got 3 sockets. It's faster than the Warhammer we're hoarding. That's tempting. I don't know. I might compare the two when we get back to town. I'll just stash it for now. This has nothing. Get it out of my sight. Just be nice to have it on the Switch. Yeah, I still have my Wii U, and I do have Galaxy 2. So I do own it. I own a physical copy, so I do have it at my disposal. Lockabrax. It is 1 socket. Nope. So see, it's only a matter of time before I do play it. But I'm with you. It would be so much nicer if it would have been just included in the collection. Some people theorizing that it was a sign that maybe Nintendo was getting ready to like release the games digitally, like individually on the eShop. But that hasn't happened. So yeah, it really is a mystery what the game plan is. Nintendo has a tendency to not show their hand until they have like everything ready, but still it's like that's we were talking earlier, like sometimes it's nice having some kind of info, like knowing a little bit of what they want to do. But that's their strategy, for better or for worse, is to be so mysterious. Love Sunshine, yeah. Yes, I mean I love Sunshine as well. We did a casual. Well, casual is kind of a weird thing to say. It was a 100% playthrough of the game. And I've played Sunshine plenty of times in the past. I'd beaten it a few times, but I had never, ever 100%ed it. So we did a 100% playthrough last year. What would I say? Late summer, maybe early fall of last year. And it was great. It was really fun. But that was like the main thing that prompted me to buy the 3D All-Stars collection, because I already own 64 and Mario 64 in a number of ways, and on a number of platforms, between the DS version and the original version. And of course, it's also been ported a number of times on a number of virtual consoles, between the Wii U and the Wii virtual consoles. Oh, hey, he's got a cool aura. Looks familiar. We're both slow and lumbering, so let's get weird. And he's dead. After Tower Shield. But, Horned Helm, is that? Oh, that's for Barbarians. Yeah. That's actually not bad. But yeah. Yes, yeah, Sunshine's still good. I will say that 100% in that game is an exercise. Like, there's a lot to that game. I mean, some shine sprites are really tough. Some of those blue coins were really well hidden. I mean, I had to use a pit, sorry, I read the word pit. I had to use a guide for a few of them. But it's a good game, but man, it gets challenging. It's like I'm that kind of reminded me why I never went back and 100%ed it until recently. As a kid, I don't think I had the patience for it. nostalgia sells. I mean, they do. I mean, it's, I would say that that's like the whole point behind those collections. Well, I guess it's twofold. It's either for people who are nostalgic or for people who never played them and wants to, and like, you know, want a convenient package to get into them. So I guess it's not, you know, entirely nostalgic. Oh god, this is scary. But it's at least a big part of it for sure. Especially for the older crowd, the older audience, which is me. I'm part of that crowd. Oh god, mana burn. That's why they're fucking my mana so bad. Like, it's like, man, why am I just having no energy for this? It's like, oh, it's because they're stealing my shit. Yeah, that was kind of scary. These bundles of these big centaur lads are constantly scary. Let's get that close as we use that first. There we go. Do we have any? Oh, I do. Let's go and identify that charm real quick. Charmed, I'm sure. Yeah, +1 to Dex. I'm part of the older crowd. Yeah, I say older crowd. What I really mean is like people who played the games back in the day. But I mean, there are people, I've observed people on social media, Twitter, what have you, that are saying like, wow, I'm really enjoying these like early 3D games. Kind of like how people like myself, I never played Super Mario World when I was a kid. I never played Mario, well, that's not true. I did play Mario 3 when I was a kid, but it was, you know, years after the game had come out. So for certain generations, and they don't have nostalgia for certain games because they were, you know, they were too young when it came out, or the game had come out, you know, years before they were born. But then they play it and they really dig it. So it's like, you know, I've observed people saying that they really like those early 3D titles, the same way that there are people like myself who like a lot of Super Nintendo or Genesis games that, and I never had a Genesis or a Super Nintendo growing up, so you know, I got into these things late, but better late than never. It's like when I played what was it, Super Metroid and Symphony of the Night, Castlevania Symphony of the Night, the two Metroidvania constituent parts. Both playthroughs were incredible, and I was like, I see why these are both so well beloved, because they're incredible games. So I really enjoyed my time with them. But I was very late to the party, obviously. Played Sunshine in University, yeah, with a friend, yeah. It's a good game. It's a very good game, but man, it's tough though. Emulators help, yeah, that's the other thing too, is like, you know, there are other ways to play these things, you know, as much as the limitation of these 3D collections can be. There, of course, are emulators. We were talking about how the GameCube and the Wii have the Dolphin emulator, and honestly, Dolphin is one of the best emulators I've ever seen. I mean, even though I'm not a huge emulator fan myself, if there's a choice, I like to stick with original or you know, official hardware when there's an option for it. But sometimes there isn't. Sometimes if I want to play Skies of Arcadia, I can either shell out a triple digits on eBay for a used copy, or I can just emulate. And I've got a great way to emulate it very reliably, and it's awesome. So it's you know, when it comes to games preservation, emulators are pretty much the best thing we got, and there's some really good ones out there. These overlords are getting overbearing with their bullshit. And a soul rune. Okay, so now I have a few of them in there. That way, if I do find a 3-socketed helm, we could go ahead and make Radiance and not feel bad about it. Also, I haven't been using my Holy Shield, and I probably ought to. The problem with Holy Shield is that it uses a lot of mana. 35 mana is kind of disgusting. It's worth it. It's a very good skill, but oof, and mana cost though, goddamn. Eventually it won't be a problem, but right now our mana juices are fairly low. Our mana pools, as evident by the fact that I'm running out of mana after like 3 slaps of this weapon. At 2 seconds. Everything apart from Mario Kart Wii. Really interesting. Interesting that that Mario Kart doesn't perform too well on Dolphin. I'll confess, I actually have not played the Mario Kart Wii game on Dolphin. That's actually the one Mario Kart game I really haven't played much of at all. Well, that and the Super Nintendo Mario Kart games. Those are the only 2 I haven't really played. And the Game Boy Advance Mario Kart game. I haven't played that one much either. But the other ones I've played, I've just about played them all. Like, a lot. But as far as, like, the main title games, yeah, that's one of the few ones I never got around to. I know that some Wii games emulate a little bit strange, partly due to whether or not they require a sensor bar, you know, like motion controls, that kind of thing. But a lot of them you can kind of fudge it with the mouse acting as a Wii sensor bar or as a Wii remote. But I know sometimes it's a little bit scuffed. I remember JD was telling me how he was trying to play Skyward Sword on emulator, and he was able to get pretty far, but there was a certain point where there was a certain dungeon that requires a specific maneuver to get a certain physics object into a certain place, and getting it on mouse and keyboard was an exercise to describe. Actually, I think it was mouse, keyboard, and controller, so it was a fairly comprehensive setup. But yeah, it was giving him some trouble though. Let's put these over here. Be very careful about where I click things. Shit, I'm still. This is awkward here. Let's put some things here. There we go. Here's about that shield. Only 2 sockets. Never mind. It's a little bit janky. Yeah, exactly. Emulation is fine, but for... Oh, yeah. But it's mostly just for multiplayer. Right. Are you saying that there are people that are, like, playing Mario Kart Wii online nowadays? I guess that's not that surprising. I mean, there's still people that play Melee. And, of course, the Slippy... rollback netcode tool is incredible. I haven't played it much, but I know it works really, really fucking well, and it's like super smooth online gameplay for Melee. Like it's wild. So I guess I'm not that surprised that there's people that play a lot of Mario Kart Wii multiplayer nowadays. I guess I just wasn't expecting there to be a lot of it, like a super dedicated community for it. Sounds janky. Yeah, as he described it, he said it was good for, it was able to get fairly far, but yeah, after a certain point it was like, yeah, this isn't really worth it. That is one limitation of emulators, is that if you don't have official controllers for it, it can be a little bit jankety. But yeah, I think with Dolphin there are ways to sync a Wiimote and or a nunchuck with the Dolphin tool. So it's like, I think you have ways to do it legit. CTGP, so Wii Online on the Wii. Okay, interesting. I've never heard of that, but I'm impressed by it. It sounds cool. All right, found a lot of cool things. Well, maybe they're cool. I don't know. They could be very disappointing. We'll find out. The identify scroll. So there's several things I kind of want to identify real quick. There's a lot of gold. Not that I need gold that much. We just crossed the 1 million threshold earlier. Poison damage. That one's alright. It'll sell for some money. Not much, but it'll sell for some. Get the healing potion. Get some mana potions, because I've been slurping mana potions since we got here. And I actually don't even need fancy mana potions. We have so little mana. A light or even a standard mana potion would be enough to fill us up. Top off our numbers. It's pretty adaptable. It is. Yeah, it's very adaptable. I mean, it's pretty easy to sync to a PC. And of course, for GameCube controllers, there's the GameCube adapter for PC and Wii U, which also works on the Switch. So I feel like things are easier now than they've ever been when it comes to getting like official controllers, at least, or input devices. To work on other platforms, so that's at least nice. PS4 controllers and PS5 controllers, yeah. Oh, you're saying you've seen them connected to a PS5. Now that's fascinating, but I don't doubt it. I mean, it's Bluetooth, right? So Bluetooth is very compatible. So it, yeah, kind of stands to reason. But it's kind of weird playing a Nintendo controller on like a PS4 or a PS5 even. Shit's wild. Paladin's doing well. We're doing pretty well. I would say at this point in the game, I am feeling relatively confident that we will be able to get to Nightmare difficulty pretty well. I don't know if I can say with confidence that we'll be able to beat Nightmare difficulty. I think we'll be able to give it a good shot, but I don't know. I would stop short of saying we're definitely beating Nightmare, especially because I don't know what to expect with Nightmare. I don't know if there's new stuff that this mod adds in that wasn't in the vanilla game. I don't know how things have changed when it comes to going up in difficulty, because in the olden times, with vanilla Diablo 2, when you went from normal to nightmare, you lose like 30 or 40% of your resistances or something like that. I think your physical damage gets reduced by half, I think, and something else happens. Like, you basically get enormous nerfs to your character, so your numbers might look nice, but the numbers that you're actually dealing out are significantly worse than you might think. And I don't know how different that is for this version of the game with the mod that we're playing. So it's like, there's so many variables and so many unknowns, but I'm excited about all of them. Every single gosh darn one. Also, I'm gonna smack this tower. Whoops, didn't mean to pick that up. We're starting to find really cool equipment too, which is nice. We're starting to find like the second tier of equipment items. Like, we saw some shark skin gloves earlier. We saw some demon hide leather earlier. So it's like we're starting to see the next cluster, the next tier of weapons and equipment, which is kind of nice. I'm hopeful we'll find some cool toys to play with. A glass cannon non-physical build. Yeah, exactly. That's how vanilla Diablo 2 goes, is that you don't see a ton of, well, I mean, there are paladins, there are obviously barbarians that go very far in vanilla Diablo 2, but those are much more equipment reliant. It's like you're more reliant on having certain gear and certain types of builds that revolve around certain types of gear. So yeah, honestly, in Diablo 2 vanilla, you're most likely to find a lot of sorceresses, some necromancers, probably a good chunk of barbarians, honestly, because there's a lot of cool barbarian gear out there that's not too hard to find. But yeah, you don't see a ton of Amazons. You don't see a ton of, definitely not a ton of paladins. Found a Ral rune, that's nice. You don't see a lot of Amazon, or, assassins. You see a lot of druids. They have a lot of magic stuffs. So yeah, it's like, you kind of see more of the glass cannon-y builds. Glass cannon-y, yeah, non-physical builds. So yeah, it's probably the best way to sum it up. So I'm hoping that's a thing that this mod improves, so to speak, like making those seemingly non-viable things maybe a little bit more viable now. Found our first Ral rune, which is kind of nice. Actually, I say it's our first one. I don't know if that's true, but we found one, which is nice. Going to step into the portal.
Stay a while and listen.
I see the appeal. Yeah, exactly. Just much more diversity. Yeah, I would say, like, if you wanted to, I mean, I guess what I'm saying is for late game plays, like, you know, hell difficulty playthroughs. I mean, if somebody only wants to play through normal and nightmare, then the sky's pretty much the limit. But for either late game playthroughs or for PvP, then yeah, you don't see a ton of diversity, unfortunately. As for PvP, yeah, it's a similar kind of story there, where you're a little bit more limited in that sense. Also, this has good defense, and good hit recovery. We would lose, we lose some energy though. Oh man, is it better than what he has? Not really. Better defense, which is good. What is his hit recovery? Does he have hit recovery? Does. It's 20, so that would be good. Yeah, lots of good anti-poison measures. That has some poison resist, not as much. Yeah, you know what? Let's do that, actually. Give that to him. I kind of want this for me, because the defense is tempting. We don't have a ton of defense for our character. It's pretty good, though. It's pretty good. It's sufficient, if nothing else. Enhanced defense. Nah, I'm good. So that one. So obviously, so that's a few of the things I had. So there's the war scythe. It's fast, but that's about it as far as what it has going for it. And nothing else. I'm kind of surprised he doesn't have anything for armor usually. It seems like we're not releasing a lot of other armor socket options. It's our second soul, and yeah, this is our first Ral rune, I'm pretty sure. Is there anything that we need a Ral rune for? I feel like I was looking at Ral, or something that needed Ral earlier, and I was disappointed by not having it. Check my list. So if we could get a 4-socketed scepter and then get an Ort rune, then we can make Holy Thunder, which is a pretty good rune, I'm pretty sure, but finding a 4-socketed scepter I think won't happen until Nightmare, so that'll be a bit. What else there? If we could find an Omn rune, we could make King's Grace. Oh man, I feel like I just got rid of a 3-socketed scepter earlier. King's Grace is a pretty good rune word, I think. So, an Omn, I think we could find Omn, maybe not until Nightmare, but I think we're fairly close. If we could get a 4-socketed whole arm, we could make Insight. That'd be pretty cool. So we're looking for several 4-socketed things. And again, I don't think it's going to happen anytime soon, but if we could find those things, then that'd be pretty neat. Otherwise, if we get Ort, we could make Ancient's Pledge. Although we're going to get Ancient's Pledge for free later on anyway, so there's no rush for that. Ooh, those are high level. Yeah, otherwise, that's pretty much it. So there are things to watch for sure. And yeah, for this guy, we were saying that needs, for lore, we need an Ort rune. So we need to find an Ort rune. Or a 3-socketed helm. But we did see a 3-socketed helm earlier. It was a barbarian helm, so we can't use it, but we know that they do exist. Or they can exist, rather. So if we could find a 3-socketed helm, that'd be pretty sweet. Now, what's this guy? Yeah, we were gonna compare this to this guy. So 23 to 34. Oh, dude, it's like, yeah, it's so much more damage. Nah, I really can't. I can't sign up for this guy. It's faster, which is nice, but this thing's damage is just so much better. It's a shame, man. I want to like that more. I really do. How's our guy's stats getting? 67. He's getting there. I'm hanging on that shield for him because I think that'd be a good shield for him. But nothing makes it viable yet. Let's sell that guy. And oh, that means we can't use Great Mauls. That's fine. I'm not going to be using a Great Maul with this character. Not in my... That's not on my list. Magic Fine, that's pretty good. I like when it has that kind of modifier there where it's like plus to something based on the character level. I like those kinds of items that can grow with you, or those kinds of modifiers that can grow with you. I think that's neat. I just think they're neat. We have a lot of money, by the way. I was saying earlier that we should start gambling more, but then I don't do it. Part of it is because gambling feels kind of slow sometimes. It just takes a while. But it probably wouldn't be a bad idea to do from time to time. Maybe after we take out Neothak, we'll do it. More mana potions. Makes me a little bit sad that it, by default, pops him down there, because I like to leave that space open for charms. Oops. Put up there. Okay, let's go back. About to venture into... Do I want to bother with that Flamberg? It's probably not going to be worth it. About to venture into the ice caves, the Crystalline Passage. There's a free portal, even though it's like 12 feet away from a waypoint, so kind of not really required. More of these guys, by the way. It's kind of a... Feels kind of like a mean name, Stygian Harlot. It's like, damn, dude, that just sounds like an overly aggressive name for these enemies. Like, damn, dude. It's like, yes, they're succubi, I get it, but it's like, that's a bit much, don't you think, game? These Moonlords are scary. They're not too bad right now, but in subsequent difficulties, they get real spooky, real fast. What's this armor? Oh, it's just 2-socketed. I was like, why are we dropping heavy, or not heavy, why are we dropping leather armor this late in the game? I could sell for some monies. Some champion group, which is a little bit spooky. Oh god, oh god. Yeah, their damage is kind of disgusting. Granted, our slowdown makes the crowd control a little bit easier. Thankfully, they're stuck on me. They don't want it. They weren't even looking at our buddy over there. But that was a little bit scary. I mean, their damage can get really gross. I'll go ahead and grab the mana potions that dropped because I'm probably going to use them, honestly. So that exits to the frozen river. I think isn't there another exit I'm looking for though? Oh, I never talked to the dude for our reward, by the way. Crystalline passage by the frozen river. Wait. Look for her under here. Oh, maybe that's where we do want to go. Here, let me do this. I think there's another exit around here, isn't there? I feel like maybe I'm getting my wires crossed. I thought there was a thing that leads to the next area, and then there's a thing that leads to Anya. And the thing that leads to Anya is a dead end. But now I'm not so sure. It's been too long, and by that I mean I think it's been like a year or so since I last got this far into a Diablo 2. Well, I shouldn't say this far, just until I last played Diablo 2 with our hardcore necromancer. That's not very good. I'm just gonna drop it. Alright, I'll buy it. I'll check that long sword. I feel like anytime we see a thing that drops anywhere, that's a socketed, or that might be socketed, I want to check it, but it seems like more often than not, it's like, it's usually forgettable. Hey, Serious Freak, what's up, buddy? Thank you for joining in. I know Ral Ruin, very good. We're playing more Diablo 2, as you can imagine. In fact, you can probably see it in front of my face with the game that's on screen right now. We're doing pretty well. We're well into Act 5 at this point, and so far so good. Or so pretty good at least, and I really can't complain. This part of the game isn't usually too scary, save for these guys, the Moon Lords. So I'm a little bit worried about them anytime we see large clusters of them, but so far it's not been too scary. And it's in front of my face. It's the darndest thing. It's the weirdest thing about streaming video games is that other people can see it. Man, what a wild concept, man. I hope it takes off. Now here's an evil urn. If we crack this open, it'll spawn some scary monster friends. Gore Fester the Hunger. Now that's a good screen name right there. Good title. Alright, so I'm starting to amass a collection of mana potions that I have no room for. So eventually I'm gonna have to start dropping things, or not picking things up. 3 sockets. Oh, it's ethereal. I'm not gonna bother. It's not gonna be very good. Boink. Here's the waypoint. Okay, that makes me feel a little better. If we have the waypoint, I think I'm more inclined to just go ahead and delve into the frozen river, because that means we'll be able to come back here pretty easily. In fact, let me go ahead and count it up real quick so I can sell off a few things.
Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Good evening.
Good to see you too, Kane. What a nice guy. Is that all I have? Yeah, that was it. Thing in here. So there's multiple things we're looking for that were either for helmets that have 3 sockets or for weapons that have 4 sockets, but so far it's been slim pickings. Oops.
Evening.
And nothing here. It seems like this guy just doesn't really sell standard socketed things. They're all magic, which is fine. It's just not what I'm looking for. Go talk to Qualkek so I can get my reward.
Thank you for.
We got... Oh, there's our Urt rune, by the way. Now we can make lore. Or I could hold on to this and make Ancient's Pledge. With a shield. But I think I'm more inclined to make this happen now. So for lore, it is Ort plus soul. So Ort. And soul. There we go. That makes lore. So that's pretty good. It's pretty darn good. I would say it's definitely an upgrade. We do lose some hit recovery. We gain a +1 all skills. We get pretty good defense. We rolled really low on the defense. The enhanced defense was supposed to be like 5 to 20, I think. So we got kind of unlucky there. But we got energy, which is nice. Lightning resistance is good. Physical damage reduced. Got mana. So that's, I would say it was worth for the most part. I think what our buddy has is probably better for him. Yeah, I think what he has is better. So I'll just sell the old helm. For the others, we'll put those away. So if we get another Ort rune, and then find a 3-socketed shield, which we don't have. We have a 2-socketed shield, which I'm probably just gonna sell, honestly. But a 3-socketed shield, yeah, we can make Ancient's Pledge, which is nice. Ral Ort Tal. Is there anything else that we needed Ort for? Maybe I jumped the gun, actually. Maybe I should have looked for more things. Check my list real quick. Yeah, Holy Thunder, but that's a 4-socketed weapon. That's a 4-socketed weapon. Yeah, a lot of these require larger sockets. Same with Spirits. A 4-socketed shield. That would be pretty sweet. But yeah, probably not anytime soon. Okay, so that's it. And our guy did level up. He's 68. Strength 68. This requires 75. That would be good for our buddy, though. I think he would like it. He would like it more than his... What does he have right now? His just half freeze duration... kind of measly spike shield right now, at least. He doesn't have a lot of exciting stuff, does he? Oh, maybe I should give him Klee Gloves, actually. Would that be better than Klee Gloves? It probably... I bet what he has right now is probably better. Frost Nova, Fire Resist. Yeah, he wouldn't care about knockback or slowest target. Yeah, no, this wouldn't be good for him. Oops, no, don't drop it. Pause it. There we go. Let's go back to the Crystalline Passage, and let's go ahead and... Oh, the Glacial Trail. That was the other place I was thinking of. Yeah, let's go ahead and Frozen River it up. So we can find Anya. That's a weird noise. My cat was getting stuck over there. Hey Goblin, what's up, buddy? I appreciate the work, man. No, it's very nice of you, my friend. I appreciate you, buddy. Hope you're having a nice Monday. Or as nice as Mondays can be. I know Monday is everyone's favorite day of the week, Kappa, but I hope it's fairly chill for everybody. Oh, ethereal. Ah, that's a shame. One nice thing about some weapons you might find that are ethereal is that sometimes you'll randomly find one that has a self-repair property. So suddenly the lack of repair options becomes not a problem because you can just let it fix itself. But I think those are pretty hard to come by, and it's honestly just RNG at that point. So yeah, you can't really rely on that, unfortunately. Grab this, drinks from the well to replenish our supplies. Supplies, motherfucker. Alright, so Anya should be in here, along with several monster groups that are guarding her. I think there's like a big dude, a big abominable snowman dude. It's like Frozenstein or Frozenstein. Oh god. That's when somebody's supposed to chime in and say, actually, I'm pretty sure it's Frozenstein's monster. Alex, use the real name, please. Like, sorry. Now those guys are gonna pop back up though, or some of them will. 2 sockets, yeah. And actually, I'm actually surprised none of them are standing back up. Usually with these undead soldiers, their big draw, or their big, maybe not draw, but their big quirk is that they like to pretend that they're dead when you kill them, and then they pop back up like, oh, just kidding, I'm actually not dead. And it's never annoying, and it's never frustrating when they just refuse to fucking die. But those all stayed dead, so I wonder, maybe the mod has changed how those guys work. War sword. Let's see what we got. It is ethereal and it's not very good. However, yeah, when you get the frozen deaths, that's when you get the good shit. Because then it's like they can't get back ever. They're dead forever. 5 ever. Abominable. What are they? I don't know. They're just abominable. That's all we got. Oh, I didn't actually pop off the spell. There we go. You guys are mean. Ouch. Let's keep going. I don't actually know if we're going the right way. This place is kind of shapeless. It's not like there's an obvious, like, oh, we're going towards a thing. Ouch. You just kind of stumble upon it. Does the mod reduce gold? I don't know. I feel like the gold drops I've been seeing have been pretty good, but I don't know if it's been like way better or way worse. Third part of Act 1 already? Really? Yeah. So like just no gold at all? That's kind of surprising. Because yeah, you would think by now you'd see something like, you know, just small amounts obviously at the beginning, but yeah, some amounts of gold drops. I would say the magic find has been higher, for me at least. I feel like the magic find has been higher. I feel like I'm seeing more gems and more magic drops than I would be expecting to see. These guys have stunning attacks too, because yeah, you can see the stunning me. Not a huge stun, but it's enough. There we go. Got his ass. Evil urn. Oh, it's just one. One berserker, we instantly shot her. No gold at all, just from selling stuff. Yeah, that's so weird. I've never had that before, Bum Rocky. Well, I mean, at least I haven't had it on my end. I've only had this one character, but still, yeah, that seems strange to me, honestly. I almost wonder if it's a bug. Like if it's a glitch at all. I've already been here. Let's keep going this way. There's those fellas. And that's a dead end. There is a bridge, but it's kind of out of the way. That's fine. These abominables are kind of gnarly, honestly. They don't do that much damage. They don't even have that much health, but when there's so many of them. There we go. There we go. We're just popping them left and right. This is great. Like a bunch of ice balloons. Popping them left and right. Oh, this guy popped back up. Yep, there he goes. Negative. Yeah, I would sure hope not. I would sure hope not. Hey, what's up, Jesse James? We're doing, so right now this is a paladin, and it's going pretty well. It's actually a hardcore paladin, so meaning that if our guy dies, then they are dead forever. So I have to play smart. We're doing pretty well so far, though. We're in Act 5, normal difficulty, so we're fairly well along, although in the grand scheme of things, we're not very far at all, obviously. It's Nightmare and Hell difficulty, that's when things really get spicy. I do love the splash damage, I really do. That's the thing that really makes this feel a lot nicer. Because vanilla paladins are fun. Vanilla paladins meaning, you know, vanilla Diablo 2. But, yeah, the splash damage, man, it really kicks it to a whole new level. Also, I've talked about this before, how you have these moments where you find these, like, armor racks and these weapon racks. I've already clicked it, so I've spoiled it, but, like, you see this armor rack. It has, like, a full suit of armor on the icon, then you click it. What's it drop? A fucking light belt. Like a leather, simple little belt. It's like, ah, come on, man. Don't tease me with a fancy-looking set of armor and just drop chump change like this. Oh, well. Flawless skull, by the way. That's pretty sweet. We carved it out of one of these undead guys, maybe. It's a 2-socketed shield. Not a 3-socket. Just a 2-socket. See, there's another 3-socketed helmet that we can't wear. So they exist, just not in ways that we can touch. Yeah, we need a 3-socketed helmet so we can make Radiance. Which would, well, it would be nice. We don't need it, but it would be a nice to have. Nice level, very good. Spirit Skull the Hungry. I love these names. Okay, so we'll do some dex, and then probably all vitality. Like I need to be focusing maybe a little bit more on vitality. There's conviction. Try this out for a bit. Conviction. I don't know. Well, yeah, let's see. What are the numbers look like? Because this is my go-to melee build in vanilla Diablo 2 is to do conviction to lower enemy resistances, and then vengeance to capitalize on the lowered resistance with a lot of elemental damage. But I understand conviction has been nerfed. So it is nerfed, so let's see. So negative 27%. Yeah, negative 14. So that's not great. It's still pretty good. It's not like a huge nerf, but it's not insignificant. So I don't know if I'm gonna stick to it. And of course I already missed the crowd control that Holy Freeze gives us. But conviction's really good for certain bosses. And those same bosses are immune to Holy Freeze. They wouldn't be immune from the damage, but they are immune from the slowdown effect, which is Holy Freeze's. In my book, it's Holy Freeze's main draw. So considerations have to be taken. Whoa, that's my friend Jimmy. How you doing, Mr. Jimmy? What's up, buddy? Thank you very much for that raid, my friend. How you doing, bud? Do a quick shout out for our friend. Doing more Secret World. Excellent, dude. I know, Jimmy, I saw on Twitter that you did finish the guitar control playthrough. How's it going? And also, what were you doing on, like, two things. How are you doing? How was the stream? Okay, 3 things. The third thing is, what kind of project are you undertaking this time for Secret World Legends? Because I know you enjoy doing very creative, like, challenge playthroughs of the game, which is really incredible. And I was impressed that you were able to knock out the guitar control playthrough with, from what I could tell, very little troubles. Because I remember when you started it a few months back, and then I think I saw you finished it last week. Flawed Ruby, I'll go and grab that. Okay, I already missed Holy Freeze, by the way. Conviction is very good, though. It's, I mean, really good damage, if nothing else. Zombie head, it's not going to be very good. Whoops, I just spec'd that in by accident. So wait, let's set up a shortcut for this one. So it's gonna be F2 and then 3 for that guy. That's 4, and then we'll say Holy Light is 5. There we go. Trying to set up my shortcuts on the fly. Far too many mana potions. What the hell am I doing? This guy's holding his own though. He's doing a great job. I think those might be the big dudes we're looking for. Ethereal? Nah, not too good there. Some grinding to max level tank gear. Nice. You have an idea though? Ooh. Are you keeping it as a surprise, or are you at a point where you could share it? Because I'm curious to hear what you got cooking for ideas. So I'm really impressed by how you have thought of new ways to keep the game fresh for you. You know, on the one hand, you know, I'm kind of spoiled. I just did a standard playthrough and I loved it, but I'm just like, oh man, I would love to see new content. But Jimmy's out here making his own content, like a real boss. There's some lads over on the left-hand margins there, waiting for me to cross the bridge. I'm getting out of mana. Unsurprisingly, I keep running out of mana. Familiar sight. Rotwalker. That's a good name. Alpha Helm. Oh my god. Oh, it's ethereal. Garbage. Get it out of here. Oh, that's right. Your podcast. That's right. Yeah, 0 Point Podcast. Achievement with... Oh, there we go. With voice attack. So, yeah. You have to... I know there's certain software that can tie in with certain games where, yeah, you can use your voice as input. Use swear controls. There you go. Yeah, just swear loudly to make your character attack. I mean, that sounds incredible, honestly. I'm down. Is there a certain tool that you're gonna have to use, or are there... oh, there's a 3-socket. Nice. Or are there other options you have at your disposal? Because I don't know if it's built into, like, Windows 10. Actually, I didn't mean to click that. I wanted to click these guys. Also, one nice thing about Conviction is that it kind of highlights enemies for me, which is really convenient. Oh, there's Anya, which means the dudes are not too far. Here's some dudettes. That's almost the same thing. Ouch. Ouch, that freaking charge move. That's a move I have, actually. Paladins have charge. It's a very good move, but it's very scary, too. I'm curious about that spear, actually. I'm overburdened. One too many potions, that's fine. 2 sockets. Nope, not good enough. There's the big guys. Oh, it's the group above. Yeah, the group north. I'm a little bit nervous about these guys, and I'm tempted to just go back to Holy Freeze. Because, again, crowd control. Crowd control is huge. Ouch. Oh, I'm out of mana. Yeah, I'm going back to it. There we go. I think these guys have water or ice resist, but I don't really care about the damage. I'm caring more about slowing them down and making them less scary. Oh. There's Frozenstein. There he is. Cold enchanted mana burn, immune to cold. Oof. He doesn't hurt. He's just annoying. Oh god, no, I'm slow. We're all slow and miserable. Got his ass. Okay, we got him. We're not done yet, though. Okay, now I think we're done. Oh, it's two-handed. Never mind. That was not too shabby. What's this guy? Just 1 socket. Hey, what's up, Whale? Good to see you, buddy. And a hydrate. You got it, my man. Anything for you, Whale. I'm just such a benevolent streamer, aren't I? He'll drink water for me. Oh, my hero. Swooning. I'm just playing around. It's good to see you, buddy. We are, of course, Diabloing like a boss.
Hero.
Just found Anya, who is in not so good position a not so great position right now. So we can go help her out.
Good day.
Good day. Good day to you, Kane. You freaking dude.
Good afternoon.
Alright, so we're gonna help Anya, which would be nice. Sell that. We'll keep that one for now. Oh, for necromancers, man. That's a really good necromancer amulet. Holy shit. +2 to summoning skills and faster casting rate. Good lord. That is awesome. But yeah, that's... We're not a necromancer, so it doesn't do anything for us. Man, I would have popped right the hell off if I would have gotten that with my necro playthrough last year. That is just disgusting. The good kind of disgusting, of course. Anything here? Nothing that grabs me. Nope. Voice attack. Okay, so yeah, it's certain software for it. Bind words to keybinds. Okay, yeah. So still, yeah, still need to play around with it, but some interesting ideas, and I'm already liking what I'm hearing. The creativity is truly impeccable. It's our second perfect skull, if you can believe it. My goodness. We just have a collection of skulls in our stash. It's nothing weird. Maybe it's a little bit weird. Is this enough for... Oh, it's not. Okay. There we go. That's it there. So we'll take that to Anya. And then for this guy, again, I was talking about Radiance. So I need... It's kind of a shame I found this so soon. Maybe I should have held off on using this to make lore. But I'm gonna double check the list real quick. Yeah, the skeletons. Yeah, making a really good summon mancer in Diablo 2 is always such a fun time. Yeah, Will's like, he'll do anything for me? Oh my. I'll do anything for you, he says. Oh. Now we're talking. Played the shit out of this game back in the day. I'm in the same boat, dude. I mean, for me, Diablo 2 is one of my, like, I can always come back to this game and have a good time. It's the old faithful, and it's always so good. So I'm looking at, okay, so yeah, Radiance. Let me look that up real quick. So let me go back to my browser. Now I'll show this to you, dear viewers, so you can see it as well. So here we go. Oh, I've already got it open right here. So Radiance compared to lore. So it's really good defense. Good energy, good vitality, and enhanced damage, which is kind of sick. Although I think I don't have the other rune for it, do we? Because for Radiance... Oh, no, I do have it. So it's Neph, Soul, and Ith. Neph, Soul, and Ith. Let's go ahead and make it. Neph, Soul, and Ith. So here's... Let's put this over here. So Neph. What? Oh, I have to get socket. I have to, like, actually get the socket load. So Neph. Soul. We have 2 of these. Oh, I'm sorry, we have 1. And is it Ith or F? I think it's ITH. Let me double check. I'm always a little bit nervous about this. ITH. Ith. I'm not saying it with a lisp. That's actually the name. Radiance. So let's compare these 2 back to back. I'm a little bit sad I might have jumped the gun in making lore. But I mean, it's Orts and Souls are pretty easy to come by. In fact, we can actually do the side by side. So if we look at our damage with lore, so 246 to 434, legit for sure. 247 to 439. That's disappointingly close together, actually. I was hoping one would be like a huge blowout improvement. The thing here is that this also gives plus to like our boosts to vitality and energy, so you have way more mana and a good number more health too. 362, 101 to 392 and 140. So I would say that alone makes Radiance the proper choice here. Oh, and 33 to mana in addition to the plus 10 to energy, which is nice. So yeah, I think Radiance is the right call here. Let's see, how would this compare to what this guy has? So
I'll put that to good use.
his damage goes up a little bit. His maximum damage goes up. His minimum damage stays the same. 71 to 285.
Good use.
His defense goes down, I think. 434.
Put that to good use.
Yeah, not much though.
I'll put that to good use.
I think, well, the hit recovery though. Yeah, fast rate recovery goes down, yeah. I don't know if skills, I think the plus to skills will help him. Yeah, we'll give him lore, so I'll just sell this.
At your service.
Okay, so I like to think that was a worthwhile exchange. I like to think it was worth. Played like WoW back in the day, yeah, like just with that level of dedication. Some would call it addiction. I call it dedication. But yeah, No, I respect it, man. I played this a lot back in the day. I never played a single character for very long. I would play all the way through hell, and then that's as far as I would go. Then I would get bored and I'd play a different character, or maybe a different game even. But yeah, it's definitely a game I came back to frequently. And it still holds up. It's still a lot of fun, and this is a really good mod for it, by the way. The mod is called Project Diablo II, and it is incredibly good, so I'm really enjoying it. Really enjoying it. I feel like there's still plenty that I've yet to experience with this mod. So all good stuffs. Okay. Let's go ahead and sell that. Just because we don't really need it. I'm looking for excuses to get rid of some things in our inventory because it's getting very full. It is very full, rather. I remember, yeah, I think, Whale, you had told me about Last Epoch, and maybe one other person had. I still need to look it up. I know it's on Steam. I know it's not out yet, but I know, like, the Steam page for it is up. Because it sounds interesting. Because I do like the old-timey feel of Diablo 2, and a lot of Diablo-like games kind of lose me because it feels like a loot treadmill. It feels like the game, a lot of the Diablo likes, they get distilled to the basic element of, you know, kill lots of monsters and get cool loot. And I like getting cool loot. Like I like that part of the gameplay loop, but I get a little bit bored if that's the main draw. I like a little bit more with like an interesting story or something, or an engaging aesthetic. There's more than I'm looking for personally. And yeah, it sounds like Last Epoch sounds pretty sweet. Oh yeah, sounds good, Jesse James. Thanks for stopping in, man. It's always a pleasure getting to chat with you, my friend. I'm gonna keep streaming for another probably an hour and a half or so. Well, maybe closer to an hour. It is getting kind of late already. I've been live for just shy. Oh, actually no, just exactly 3 hours. I just looked over and we rolled over to the 3-hour mark right as I looked at it. So, so yeah, we'll keep going for a bit, but I won't be going super late. Last night we streamed really fucking late. I was irresponsible with how long I streamed last night. And it was great, but it was a fun stream. But it was like, oof. I believe me, I wish I could stream that late every night, all the time. That was a great time, but it was a long stream, like 11 hours, I think. This is one of those games where I can do that shit, man. It's like some games are just that way. You can just fucking turn off your brain. Oh, maybe not turn off your brain, but you can just like, with left to your own devices, just play it for hours. You can go for hours, ladies. Oh my. It was a fun time, man. It was a fun time. Path of Exile, yeah, no, that's how I feel, Will. It's like, I like Path of Exile. I should say I don't dislike it. It's just not my kind of game. And part of it is that, yeah, it's a lot, it's a pretty significant investment to get into the game and to, like, get far into it and understand the systems. It's not super complicated. It's just, I don't know if I have that level of commitment compared to Diablo 2, which is a game I already know well, and it scratches the itch for me pretty sufficiently. So it's like, if I want a Diablo experience, this is what I will usually default to. So, because it's what's familiar and it's what I know. Next stream will be tomorrow. Tomorrow, I'm hoping to start around 8 p.m. Central Standard Time, and we'll be doing more Diablo 2. The plan is Diablo 2 until we have a character that dies in Hell difficulty, or if this character dies before Hell difficulty, we'll do one more character, and I'm thinking the next one would probably be a Sorceress. Just because Sorceress is a fan favorite, and it's a class I haven't played in a while. So I think that'd be a good candidate for this mod, at least for Project Diablo, seeing how Sorceresses feel compared to how they used to back in the day. That's sweet of you to say, JD, and I appreciate you for sticking around for so much, my friend. It was a fun stream. It really was, and I love streaming, but yeah, this game really makes it something special in particular. Amnesia, what's up, buddy? Torchlight, I like Torchlight. I've only played 1 and 2. I never finished 1, but I did play 2 all the way through with a friend of mine, and it was fun. It was very fun. The abilities are cool, like the classes are really neat, and they're very engaging. Torchlight 2 is an interesting, and I think very good competitor to Diablo 3, so I liked it. And I liked that it was something different compared to 3. But compared to 2, it's like, yeah, I'm such a curmudgeon stuck in my ways. Such an old man. Follow someone else's build. Yeah, exactly. You can follow someone else's build or other people's guides, and there's a lot of people that do very, or that make very good and like very engaging, like YouTube videos about that kind of stuff and guides that kind of show how to make a cool and effective character that's like fairly easy to find. But yeah, it's just very involved sometimes. Whereas for this game, since I already know the systems really well, I don't have to like watch YouTube videos to teach me about, you know, certain tenets of certain skills and certain abilities. Now I will confess, I mentioned earlier, I looked up something last night. There was something I wanted to look up last night about vanilla Diablo 2, and while I was there, I happened to stumble upon something else. And the something else that I stumbled upon informed me that Holy Freeze penetrates cold. Well, it doesn't penetrate cold immunity, but it does. You do get the slowdown effect with Holy Freeze, even if an enemy is cold immune. You don't get the cold damage, but you get the cold slowdown. So that means as a crowd control vehicle, it still works very well. And I didn't know that. So like, you know, there's still things I'm learning. It's not that I'm an expert. There's still things that I'm either needing to remember or things that I've never learned before. But the familiarity with the system makes the cost to entry a lot smaller for me, at least. Maybe something that Path of Exile 2. That's a really good point, Derek, and thank you for joining, by the way, Derek. That's a really good point, because I forgot Path of Exile 2 is in development. I don't know how official or how like far along it is, but I think I've heard that it's like we know it's being worked on. Like I think that much we do know. Oh god. Extra strong, that's not good. Flesh Crow the Tainted. Yeah, tainted. 4 spear, 3 sockets. Almost. We need a 4-socket one. MODOK show on Hulu? What, I don't know if I've heard about it. I'm kind of curious, though. What is MODOK? Later this year. The beta was going to be... Oh, right. Yeah, that kind of pushed things back. Understandable. They're in New Zealand. Oh, I didn't know that. Interesting. A lot of funding comes from... Yeah, a lot of it comes from China. From Tencent, I suppose. I know that's not everyone's favorite thing, but yeah, we'll see how that goes. Sometime maybe later this year, yeah. That's pretty exciting then. So yeah, so it is very much in development. I'll be really curious to see what they plan on doing then. I know Elgaso was saying that it sometimes feels like the gameplay or like the ladder loop or the season loop that they have right now, it's been really cool, but they've kind of put themselves into a bit of an awkward position where to keep the new updates coming, it's like they're kind of having to crunch a lot, and sometimes it starts to get a little repetitive with the loot treadmill feel of the late gameplay, like for people who play the game a lot with really high level characters. So maybe Path of Exile 2 will be kind of a fresh reset for them to if they wanted to like set up the ladder system or the season system differently. So I'm really curious to see what they have planned. There's a Dirk. Is Last Epoch available as like new early access or something? Because I thought I saw it wasn't out officially, but if it's still available in like, you know, in like a beta form, that'd be kind of nice. Got those guys. A maul is dropped. I don't think I'm gonna bother with that, honestly. Looks pretty sweet though, yeah. Yeah, I need to give it a gander, honestly. These guys have a lot of health. Oh, actually, since let's convict these guys. Conviction. Aura enchanted. I don't know what aura he has. Doesn't matter because he is dead. Thump. Reflex bow, yeah, nothing that I'm super excited about. Antlers, that's not good. So there's no like open betas or anything, yeah. So it's on Steam, maybe in early access form. So I mean, obviously, yeah, you have to buy it, but because I was under the impression it wasn't done. But if they got the early access thing, that's kind of nice. Desecrate, that could sell for some money. it's up north. He was shooting lightning at these guys. Yeah, even if it's not a free one, that's fine. And I don't mind, like, it doesn't have to be a closed beta or a free beta necessarily. Just like some kind of like way to play it, even if it's not done. There's the frozen tundra. Do I want to explore more? There might be one other thing, maybe like a level 2 or something. Maybe not. Maybe I'm making stuff up. Ouch. Hell yeah. Halberd, got the helm, emerald. What's the helm? It's okay. We'll sell for some money. Flawless amethyst, that's the good shit. Oh, Titan Quest, yeah. I never played Titan Quest, but I remember seeing reviews for it. It looked really cool. I do have it on Steam. In fact, there was like some kind of remastered edition that also came out some time ago. So yeah, that'd be kind of fun to play with. HD remaster. Is it still pretty good, Derek? Like, do you feel like it holds up pretty well? I remember when that shit came out back in the day. I think I watched the X-Play or Extended Play review for it, and I think that's how I first heard about it, and I thought it looked really cool. Titan Quest is good? Nice, that's awesome. Yeah, that's been on my radar. That and Grim Dawn are two games that I think I might... Two kind of Diablo-esque games that I think I could get into. Oh, another waypoint. Cool. Do I want to take the waypoint? Maybe not yet. It's really good. Not too grindy. That's good. Yeah, for some games I don't mind the grind too much, but my patience is kind of limited. So if it's not too grindy, that's encouraging for me. It's a pretty good campaign, yeah. DLC in 2019? Damn, son, that's nuts. Cause yeah, I mean the original game came out, God, I don't know, 2005. Shit's ancient. I say ancient, you know, of course I'm joking. I don't actually think it's ancient. Still, relatively speaking, that's pretty up there. I'm getting freaking swarmed. I've got pretty good resistance, so I mean, we're fine. Damn, dude, these guys are annoying. Fire enchanted. Oh, fire enchanted ice enemies. Very good. Doom Eater the Tainted. He's the second guy with the Tainted as his surname. Or his suffix, rather. A lot of tainted lads. (2006), Jesus, that's incredible. How far we've come, though, man. That's great. Like, I think it's cool that it had like a second life of sorts. I wish that would happen to more games like from that era. Where it's like a remastered or like a re-release of some sort and breathes new life. It's a new audience. Love that shit. Oh god. Stop. There we go. These spiky guys, they can just kind of sit at a distance and just spank you a little bit. It's sexy, but not always enjoyable. Oh, more friends. Oh, these were guys we knocked down and stood back up. Glowing orb. That's not very good. Hey, man, I'm looking at inventory stuff, man. Don't smack me while I'm looking at stuff. Rude. An Omnirune. No, I was just saying Omnirunes aren't that out of likelihood, aren't out of the equation as far as things we could probably find. Also, I feel like we've explored enough. I'm gonna go ahead and take our exit, which I think was down here. So that might introduce some new possibilities here. There was one thing that took 3 runes that required Omn. Several others required 4, though, like 4 sockets, that is. Frozen Tundra, more like Frozen Fundra. Right? Yeah, it's everyone's favorite. No, it's okay. I mean, it's more outdoor areas. I'm not gonna lie, I don't love the outdoor sequences in Act 5. I don't hate them. I just don't love them. I don't look forward to them the way that I look forward to the outdoor sequences in Act 2, for instance. And these little demon trickster lads are part of it. They're not all of it, but they are part of it. Just chase them down is sometimes a exercise in frustration. Some would call it an exercise of futility or an exercise of fertility. Oh my. Oh, a lot of the same team members? Interesting. Yeah, so maybe that's why I've heard good things about both. There's a common thread to all this, it seems. It's a really good cudgel. It's not better than what we have, but it's pretty not bad. Champion demon tricksters. Ooh, serpent skin armor, that's cool. That could be really nice, actually. I don't actually know which is the correct way. Oh, here's the waypoint. I cannot carry anymore. Oh, it's ethereal though, that sucks. It means it'll have great defense. Maybe we could put our buddy. Shut down in 2050. Oh, that's unfortunate. Okay, but that was when Grim Dawn. Okay, so yeah, so the studio went away, but the developers found a new life. Maybe not a new life, but a new purpose, a new porpoise.
Hello.
Hello. Oh, now we gotta go not avenge, but go fuck up Nilithak after he, you know, screwed over our buddies.
Good afternoon. Thank you so.
We get this thing which permanently increases our resistances. So now we probably don't need some things. In fact, our resistances are now entirely maxed out for now. Won't last forever, but for now we're doing great. Probably replace our current shield with Ancient's Pledge eventually. That max resistances, oh man, I love it. It's a thing of beauty.
Salutations.
So we'll sell a few things here. Oh, the battle staff is not good. Life stolen per hit. That's really tempting, actually. 14 to mana as well. Whoops. So do we not leave the cold resist? We probably don't. Oh, we're too short. Yeah, too short of a max out cold resist. That's fine. Yeah, I think this is much better. Sell that. Flanged mace. Yeah, it's just okay. Here's the Dirk. Very fast. Really good lightning damage. Good poison. It's got a socket open, but that's about all it's got going. It's not bad. It's just hard to get excited. Oh, there's the armor. Really good defense. Really good defense. But got more resistances there. Oh, he already has maxed out lightning resistance. Fire resist is better. Only vaguely better though. This actually might be a little bit better.
I'll put that to good use.
It's a decent bit more defense. And of course now I'm debating whether or not this is better for me, but I don't think it is. I think the run, walk, and casting rate is better for us. And the regenerate mana, yeah. Hey Risu, what's up, buddy? And Bree, good to see you, friend. Hope everyone's doing well. We're of course we're Diabloing more. Diablo with the Diabros and the Diabrodettes, of course. And yeah, so far so good. We are about to embark on a new quest. Talk to Anya, yeah, she'll have us go chase down Nilithak and give him such a pinch. How's the stream stuff going, Mr. Risu? If you were working on, I know you're working on some, like getting the alert set up. Were you able to get that all sorted out? I know we were talking earlier about stream related things. Oh my. Nothing here. Add some more gold. Yeah. Like these are things that are nice, like 24% faster hit recovery. That's tempting. But I think the added defense and hit recovery wouldn't quite seal the deal for me. I feel like there's still a few other things I would need to convince me to abandon my current armor. That is another Perfect amethyst. Added to the pile. There's our first Almond rune ever, which is pretty exciting. Let me check to look at our rune words list to see if there's anything that I want to do with an Almond rune right now. Any cool rune words we could construct. Tested some stuff. Oh, then streams Overwatch. Nice. Okay, that's good. Yeah. So I'm glad you got that all sorted out. I know that getting the alerts and getting the settings set up can be annoying. But hopefully it's nice that once it's done, and you don't have to fuck with it anymore, which is nice. So if we could find we already have do we have Ral and Thol? There's Thol and there's Ral, all in one perfect line. So if we could find a 3-socketed scepter, we could make an item, or a weapon rather, called King's Grace, which I think is pretty good. I think it's good. I might be mistaken. Oh, if we could get a 2-socketed weapon. Didn't I just get rid of this 2-socketed weapon? We could make Strength, which is a pretty good rune word. That one's 3-socketed though. So a 2-socketed weapon or a 3-socketed scepter. Oh, or a sword. A 3-socketed sword or a scepter. Okay. What else? I think that's pretty much it as far as things we could do with Omn. If we could find a 4-socketed sword or 4-socketed shield, we could make Spirit, but a 4-socketed anything is hard to find at this difficulty. So we've got some things to look for. We could check shops, but it seems like they don't really sell non-magical socketed things anymore. They used to in the before times, in the earlier difficulties that is, but yeah, not anymore. So we just have to keep an eye out for the stuff that drops. Let's keep an eye out. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that you're having trouble sleeping though, Bree. Rain usually makes you feel tired. Yeah, man, it's so nice. Like, if you're going to sleep or going to bed and it's like raining, or maybe like a light storm while it's raining, or I'm sorry, while you're trying to sleep, just the sounds of raindrops. Oh, it's so pleasant. Usually it's so pleasant. So here's Anya. We just rescued her earlier.
You have proven thank you here.
And she gave me a shield. The shield is not bad. Not bad. It makes me make this face. Not bad. The universal, like, not bad face. So without this shield and with this shield, our defenses or our resistances rather, aren't great. They're good, but not great. There's another shield I'm hoarding right now that I'm considering, or that I was considering rather. It's this guy. So I suppose now is my time. Oh, right. I was holding on to this earlier. I'm probably just gonna sell both of these, honestly. But this guy, yeah, so this one, the resistances are awful. There's no nice way to say it, just awful resistances. So I think we'll probably just sell this one. The block rate is great. The block speed is great. Like, that's really cool. But the resistances are huge. I would say physical hits aren't quite as scary right now. The physical defense and the block rate is kind of not good for this one. Actually, yeah, the hit recovery I like, but the more I look at this, the more I'm thinking I'll probably just stick with our current one. I'll definitely sell this one. I think I might sell this one too. It's a shame because I don't dislike them. I don't think I like them enough to seal the deal. Isn't that nice? She's like, thanks for rescuing me. Here's a treasured artifact for my people. And I'm like, oh, thanks. Then I immediately go and sell it. Rain, yeah, just chilling with some, or having a nice fan going. Yeah, exactly. Rearrange this entire habitat. Very nice. Dump his water out. I mean, it's more feng shui that way. Maybe that's his excuse. Also, praise that moon. What in the world? Thank you very much, Praise. How you doing? My goodness, that's a very generous raid. Thank you very much, my friend. We're playing some Diablo. We're having a nice chill time. And thank you very much for a very nice raid. For those who don't know, Praise That Moon is a friend of the channel and honestly a friend to humanity. She's an awesome person. Also, Praise, I owe you a belated happy birthday. When I raided you yesterday, I didn't realize that it was a birthday stream, but now I know, or rather I saw it after the fact. Thank you, Praise. We got Gorgon, we have Praise herself, of course. Excellent human being. Thank you so much, my friend. It's good to see you. Thank you everyone who joined in. We're playing some Diablo 2. This is actually a fan-made mod for Diablo 2. It's called Project Diablo 2. It is community made or a fan made mod that rebalances the entire gosh darn game. They've rebalanced all the skills, all the items, all the weapons, even like sets and unique or I guess legendary items are all rebalanced. They've added new skills in addition to rebalancing old skills. So Holy Freeze is pretty good now. There's new stuff like Holy Nova and Joust and Holy Light now, which were not in the vanilla game. So if you like Diablo 2 and you want a familiar but new experience, then Project Diablo 2, I'm really digging it so far. So it's been really good so far. We're in Act 5, but we're in normal difficulty, so we're still kind of early on, but it's really good. It's really good so far. How has Mass Effect been treating you, by the way, Praise? I remember when I popped in yesterday, you were saying that you had Mass Effect on the docket for today, and that it is not a first-time playthrough. You've played the games before. How'd it go tonight? And it is, yes, that's the other thing too. Thank you for pointing that out, Praise. This is a hardcore attempt, which means if my dude dies, then he is dead. So no pressure, but there's all the pressure. So we gotta keep this man alive. And we're doing pretty well so far. We haven't had any like really scary close calls, except for the beginning. For those who have played Diablo 2 before, you'll know that Bloodraven is your first boss battle, and she's usually a pushover. But in Project Diablo 2, she almost killed my ass multiple times. I had to run away like a scaredy cat to town several times to restock my supplies because she made me scared and I peed my pants. It was very embarrassing. I cried. It was very awful for all involved. So, usually, Bloodraven is a complete pushover and it's nothing to be scared of at all, but in this mod, she was terrifying. So, that was a good wake-up call that says, like, oh man, they really changed everything. So, I can't rely on the old strats. I gotta get good. Or attempt, at least. Enjoying it so far? Favorite chapters or favorite characters rather. Excellent. That's excellent. Now, can I ask Praise if you have if there's a Mass Effect game you're most excited about in the trilogy? Because I understand that Mass Effect is one of those games where when it comes to the original trilogy, there are very differing opinions on which one's best. Some people say 1 is the best because it has the best story. Some people say 2 is the best because it has the best gameplay. Some people say 3 is the best because it has the best story, or the best ending. But I can't say that with a straight face, obviously. I know that I haven't played Mass Effect myself, and I know that the whole debacle about the Mass Effect 3 ending was a thing, but I understand that's not as big of a meme as it used to be back in the day. Liked 1 and 2, excellent, okay. Oh, you didn't play 3, I got you. Well, now's a good chance to do so. I know that, yeah, for those who are wondering what I'm talking about, when 3 first came out, I know that the ending was allegedly very underwhelming, and that they improved it later on, but still, I know that like that kind of left a sour taste in for some folks. Let's see. I know that these are both mace class weapons, aren't they? Yeah, they are. So we don't need both. There was something that was 2-socket that I was looking at. I think it requires swords though, doesn't it? Omnitir. It's a melee weapon. Okay. Well, we could make strength with this guy. It would probably be an improvement. I don't know how much of an improvement, but it might be a thing. There's a defender. Just 1 socket. Yeah, I'm keeping an eye out for stuff to play with. For stuff to rune words we could possibly make. Just some fun toys to play with, perhaps. Oh, jeez. Oh, thank you, Reese. It's a very generous title to bestow upon me. You're very kind, Reese. You're a good dude. Reese is an old buddy of mine from the YouTube days, the good old days, man. I remember that shit. Those were the good old the good times. Here, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna look at the strength rune word, and we can all learn together. So this is the Project Diablo 2 wiki, and within this site we have the rune words listed, and the rune words are modified. The runes themselves, like the how you form the words is the same, but the benefits are sometimes different. So oh god, it's called strength, but strength is also an attribute, which is a little bit tricky. That's right, we got the resurrected edition. Yeah, we were talking about that not too long ago, because with Blizzard, of course, there have been some criticisms about how they've handled certain things, and on the topic of remakes and re-releases, there was Warcraft 3 Reforged, which left a sour taste in a lot of people's mouths, but there's people like myself who are trying to keep tepid optimism, cautious optimism, before making any snap judgments, because I hope it's good, and it sounds like the developers who are working on it, like based on interviews I've read and listened to or watched on YouTube videos, It sounds like they have the right idea, so I'll believe it when I see it, but I'm hopeful, so we'll see how it goes. This is a fun game. I would say it's a little bit clunky by today's standards. I love Diablo 2 and 1 for that matter. They're both great games, but I can't recommend them to literally everybody just because they're kind of old school and kind of clunky. And I like the old school clunkiness, but I understand when people say they never really got that into it. But I love it though, so I'm very biased, just personally. Never huge on it, yeah. That's kind of how I am recently about a number of other games where it's like it may not be my bag specifically, but I can appreciate others enjoying it. Learn things. Yeah, that's how I feel too, JD. I frequently find myself like focusing or like spending more energy than I ought to on, you know, learning or getting familiar with things that may not benefit me as much. It's like I could be spending my time when I'm not at work, building new, you know, learning new software, new programming languages or new software development skill set things, or I could be playing video games like a jabroni. And what am I doing? I'm playing video games like a fucking jabroni. So here I am. Also, yeah, strength. I think we're gonna go and do it. This is a pretty good rune word. It's not very expensive, and we'll probably find more Omn runes. So I'm down. It is Omn and Tyr. So we just got this guy. And where's Tyr? There it is. Tears for Fears. So let's grab one of these. Omn and Tyr. Let me make sure that I'm always a little bit nervous. I want to make sure I put it in the right order. So Omn and Tyr. All right. Bam. And bam. Strength. 40 to 59. So that's not a huge improvement, but it's pretty good. It's pretty good, and it will... Plus, we get more strength and vitality, and crushing blow, and life stolen per hit. Oh! That's pretty good. Let's see how much of an improvement it is. So, 247 to 439. Bam. 316 to 472. That's like... It's not amazing. It's not like a, oh, fuck, the game is different. It's like totally different now, but it's like, that's pretty good. That's a pretty good improvement. I'm actually going to stash this for the time being. In case I do switch over to the Act 5 Barbarian Mercenaries, they could dual-wield these puppies and do some scary shit with them. But for now, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. So I'll take it. I'm glad we got that sorted out because I was on the fence, but now I am off my fence. I have picked a side. I'm sticking to it. Let's go spank some bad guys with even more gooder ability. Oh yeah, sounds great, Praise. Thank you very much, my friend, for stopping in. Hope the rest of your evening is going well. And as I've said earlier, Praise That Moon, she's an excellent streamer. There's a statistical significance that most people in the chat are already following her, but in case you aren't, make sure you do yourself a service to yourself and to the humanity for the greater good. By following her and watching her stream. She's an excellent streamer. I've got to meet her and her husband in person, so not only are they cool internet people, but they're cool in-person people as well. They're genuinely very nice people. Her community is awesome. Like, she plays excellent games. Like, holy fuck, what more could you ask for in a streamer? She's awesome. She's very, very excellent, and I consider myself lucky to be kind of in that community of sorts. It's a very, very cool place. Cool spot to be. Also, these guys keep standing back up, so we have to knock them back down. No, I'll just drop that one. I think the defense was good, though, wasn't it? Oh, never mind. The defense is awful. Let's do... Wow, we have a lot of vitality and strength now. It's crazy, because we literally just got a thing that adds vitality and strength. So let's go... little dex, little strength, and more vitality. Oh, and we can use Holy Nova now. Right, I've wanted to see how it looks. An expanding ring of holy energy. Damages enemies and heals allies. So the damage isn't that good, if we're being perfectly honest with ourselves and each other. I bet it's really good against undead. Here, I want to find some bad guys. Here we go. It looks cool. Oh, it's got a cooldown. Oh, no. Oh, I don't like that. What's the cooldown on it? It looks really cool. I like it, but I want to, like, spam it. I guess that's the game saying no. No spam allowed. Yeah, what's the cooldown on it? There is no cooldown. That's kind of strange. Because I have the mana for it. I'm good for it, fam. Interesting, yeah. Ouch. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. Yeah, I like this, but I wish I could, like, cast it a bunch. Yeah, it's kind of unfortunate. Okay, well, kind of unfortunate. I was hoping I was really gonna like Holy Nova. I don't hate it, it's just, I don't love it like I was hoping I would. So, in that case, whoops. Now might be a chance for me to consider some respec options then. Also, these guys keep getting back up after I smack them down, gosh darn it. Maybe I won't do it right now, but sometime fairly soon, we're gonna have to make a choice. And I say that ominously because we've invested a lot of skill points into things we're not going to use. So I definitely want Holy Shield, but I don't really want Holy Light, Blessed Hammer, or Holy Nova, or even Fist of the Heavens. Fist of the Heavens is pretty good. In fact, it's a lot better than it used to be. Kind of curious. 23. Oh, I mean, it's good, but yeah, I would have to go like all into the casting. So those are skill points that we could spend elsewhere. To a degree, similar with auras. I don't know if I'm sold on conviction the more I think about it. Maybe I should just go all in on Holy Freeze and just throw caution to the wind. So we'll eventually have to make that call and make the cutoff point of like, do I want to go all in on Holy Freeze or kind of do both? Because that crowd control is so nice, and Conviction has been nerfed compared to previous games. And for that matter, do I even want to stick with Vengeance, or do I want to do, like, go into Charge now that I have more mana? Charge is really good, and it's arguably better, but the mana cost is just disgusting. So that's the tricky thing about games like this, is that you have to, like, after a certain point, you have to kind of, like, zero in on what kind of build you want to center around. I don't know, and I do not know what that looks like yet. So I'll have to do some thinking with my brain. Ugh, gross. Ugh. Using my brain? It's time for that shit. Oh yeah, sounds good, Risa. Thanks for hanging out, man. I'm glad that you were able to get the stream stuff figured out. And yeah, like I said, I'm looking forward to hopping in on your stream as well, for that matter. Breastplate, 3 sockets. Not quite. I need 4 sockets. I have specific needs. Yeah, I'm probably gonna stream for another, probably an hour-ish, maybe half an hour to an hour, probably. I'm not gonna go super late. Just like a lot of us, I got work in the morning like a chump, but I've definitely want to keep going for a bit, just because I was saying earlier how this is one of those games where if I'm left to my own devices, I'm more likely to stay up far too late and play this game for far too long, like a proper internet degenerate, and have no regrets, no regrets. Kind of curious about that poleaxe. It's not bad. Well, I mean, it doesn't have anything exciting about it. It's partisan rather. Its numbers are nice, but I was hoping there'd be like more stuff to it. Ouch. Yeah, that's charge. That's a skill I want, or that I'm considering at least. Like, let's see what charge looks like if I just mainline charge for a bit. It's so fast. It's like unnervingly fast. So fast. It's like, it's freaking me out, but it's so strong. It's so fucking strong. But it's all physical damage, I think. Yeah, just more damage. So if we fight a thing that's immune to physical, then we're kind of screwed. And I guess that's an instance where maybe a point into Vengeance can go a long way. But to get to Vengeance, we have to invest 1, 2, 3 skill points. So yeah, I don't know. I just don't know what the answer is. But I think the professional, like, Diablo 2, like, speedrunners and, like, the people that make the giant, amazing builds that carry them to victory and like, allow them to do badass MLG 420 no-scope builds that, like, carry them to glory. I think for Paladins, at least, I think that charge is considered the best. Yeah, charge is just absurd. So fucking cool. I think it stuns too. Okay, it doesn't stun, but it knocks back. Oh my god, you can just stack the knockbacks and just go gah, 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 gah. That's so fucking cool. God damn. Shit is bananas. Note, if you're shitting actual bananas, you might want to consult a doctor. That's probably not a good idea. I would not choose to shit bananas if I could. If I had the option. But honestly, the mana usage isn't horrible like I was thinking it might be. If I was a real MLG 360 no-scope gamer, I would have like my hotkeys set up such that I would lead in with a charge, and then once I'm too close for another charge, I would just spam elementalism or vengeance rather. But that costs, or I'm sorry, that requires far more manual dexterity than my little hobbit hands can manage. So I don't know if I'm... Oh, I got stuck in the wall. I don't know if I'm quite capable for that, at least. Yeah, the mana usage... I mean, we're using a lot of mana, but I feel like it's pretty similar to what we were seeing with Vengeance, so... Yeah, maybe this is the way to go, man. Crystal Sword... why am I picking up the Crystal Sword? It's not going to be very good. Unraveler Head. Yeah, that would sell for a bit. Bone Wand could sell for a bit. The War Axe is not very good. Also, I think that means that's more or less the end of this area. I think I'm gonna explore a little bit more. Probably just because I really like these dungeons. But we already did find level 2, so I won't be on this floor for much longer before we descend further into madness. I like that knockback loop. Oh god, they're charging me too. I have charge, they have charge. It's almost romantic if you think about it. Plus you get that freaking splash damage, baby. Oh my god. Splash damage is what dreams are made of. Wet dreams. I mean, I don't have wet dreams about video games. That'd be weird. Hopefully that was convincing. Just gonna identify that charm real quick. Charmed, I'm sure. 23 to life. That's okay. We'll probably just sell it when we get back to town. Oh, those are extra keys. I was like, where did all my keys go? If that's a quantity of 2, what the heck? Blood topaz. Thump thump. Yeah, I'm liking charge a lot more than I thought I would. Although against this big bundle of boys, it's probably not quite as good. Yeah, this is an instance where vengeance might be better actually. Maybe I need to like back up and then recharge it. Yeah, that's probably the strat. So in cases like that, I can't just like be a stoic block of metal. I have to like back up and then get momentum going with charge, because with charge you can't use it when you're like up against an enemy. You have to have some gap between you and the bad guy. Found another soul rune, by the way, so building up that pile. Just one socket. That's not gonna be worth it, sadly. Well, it's topaz. That makes me happy. I like the knockback too. God, this is so cool. I know for speedrunners, they do this all the time. They just click, 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 click. They just click that all the time so they can go fast. So I know that's another avenue that for using charge well. This is for people who speedrun this game. Granted, I'm not a speedrunner and I have no ambitions to become one. But I think it is kind of neat. Okay, I already looked at that wand. Try to click very carefully to make sure I don't insert the gem into the item by accident. So the more I'm thinking, we might just do a charge Holy Freeze Paladin. That might just be what we do. Oh, now we have more higher level skills. Yeah, it's okay. That'll sell for some money. We just lit a jar on fire. Make that 2. Just light and shit on fire left and right. Ouch. If we could find another almond rune, then that of course would open things back up as far as 4-socketed weapons. Oh, the staff is not very good. We can't use those staffs, at least not very effectively, but we could, if they're good, we could sell them for a lot of money. Also, we found the waypoint. I kind of want to keep, well, nah, we have a bit of inventory space. Let's keep going. While we have the shrine active. Pick that up. Oh, these things, right. What was the name? Putrid Defiler? Man, I love the names of these monsters, man. It's great. Oh, a War Scepter. Ooh, and it's yellow. I mean, it's probably not going to be great, but it could be neat. The base damage isn't that inspiring, and we have strength on a Warhammer, so that's going to be pretty hard to beat. But I am excited, so we'll see. Putrid Defiler. Dude, that was my screen name in high school. Or my nickname, rather, in high school. Oh, look at that. Look at that juggling, man. Oh, dude. Beautiful. Love that shit. Oh, whoops, I accidentally clicked out of charge. Clicked one too many buttons. Let's see. It has Thorns and Meditation and pretty good damage. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. But that's all I can really say about it. So yeah, we'll stick with our current weapon. Not really, can't really compare it, honestly. What was it if we have a 3-socketed, if we could find a 3-socketed scepter or a sword that we can make King's Grace? I would consider it. I would need to compare and contrast the two rune words together, though. A sword or a scepter. I would say a scepter would be more ideal, probably, but a sword would, you know, would also probably do the trick. I love that feeling of just, like, when you landing a charge attack and then it knocks them backwards, so that puts you in position for a follow-up charge attack. You can just fucking juggle their asses, and it's so satisfying. Doesn't always knock back, but when it does, it is chef's kiss. Mwah. Delicious. Just 1 second on that one. Yeah, when they, that's the thing, these defilers, they like plant, it's like alien, it's like Alien from like Ridley Scott Alien, like that kind of thing where the creature dies, but it sprouts out this little facehugger creature that they're fairly weak, but it's just like an additional thing you have to fight after the thing has died. These small little creepy crawly flesh friends, flesh lads. The War Scepter. I mean, it'll sell for a bit of money. We'll put them both in there. What's the club? 3 sockets. And I almost wish we would have found. Well, actually, no. Wait, 3. Let me think about this. I don't think we have any need for a 3-socket, but I guess I will hang on to it for now. A 3-socket mace weapon. There's a lot of stuff here. It's so cool. I just bouncing back and forth. I feel like I'm a rogue in a D&D game that's like spec'd into tumble, and I'm just tumbling back and forth, just bouncing back and forth like a ping pong ball or a pinball even. Of course, these guys are staying back up. Oh, stuck on the wall. Press the wrong button. Not vengeance. Nope. This one. Going fast. That's the one. Oh, there's a mana shrine right after I drink a potion. Man, it's like we're just steamrolling, man. This is great. Plowing over the competition. Incredible. And then you got the splash damage on top of it. Oh, it's a thing of beauty.
I am overburdened.
Now, if this partisan has a lot of sockets, it's got 3 sockets. Man, that's really tempting. We could make a really cool thing with this. I don't know what that thing is. We could do something cool with this. And then give it to a... Oops. To like an Act 2 mercenary. So, I don't know, it's like a similar kind of story here. It's like I feel like I have to make a tough call eventually as far as what I want to do with all this. Also, my inventory is very full. Got that extra scroll. Let's go and sell some stuff. Sell and then stash things that I don't want to sell. Yeah, this guy. I think I might sell this. It's the Lockaber Axe. It's not bad. But this is better in pretty much every way possible. Well, it's good now, but we could make it way better, so I'm gonna sell this guy. Yeah, are there any 3-socketed polearm rune words? Let me check my list here. We can make... oh, wait, no, that's too high level. So, we could make Malice, but I'm worried about Malice on anything. Because I think that would be... it'd be bad for a mercenary, I think. It's like it would be bad for us. We could make Crescent Moon if we could find an rune. Those are pretty hard to find, I think. Wind... oh, it's 2 Sur runes. Those are too hard to find. Lawbringer... well, that's... never mind, that's for hammers. Okay, so there's no rune words that we can make, at least no time soon. Or what am I trying to say? No, not in the immediate future.
Evening.
That we have. Maybe eventually we can make something cool. These things, yeah, I'll sell them both. I want to like this one, but it's just not doing it for me, honestly. 6 to 9 cold damage, 83 to life, mana, 12 magic find. I think we have something better than that already. I feel pretty good about most of our equipment. I think our shield could be way better and our armor could be way better. So I think those are the 2 things I'm looking for as far as like major things we can improve. I feel pretty good about our weapon. Well, I say that, let me check my rune word list here. So if we could find a... I'm sorry. Dole, I don't think we have a... yeah, oh, Soul is the one we have, yeah. So we would need Dole and Mal. I think Mal runes aren't that hard to find, but Dole I think is fairly high level. So no Venom in our future anytime soon, at least. That is... oh, I have 4 of these. Well, damn. Should have done this way sooner. Oops. It's our 3rd perfect ruby. So we've got that one. There is, yeah, Wind, which requires Sur runes. Lem and Ko runes. Those are also very high level. So yeah. Shale runes aren't that far off. But rune I think is fairly high level. It's really a shame that this polearm can't be used to make King's Grace. Because that's a really cool rune word. If we could find an Io rune, we can make black, which is a pretty cool one. Oh, but that's not polearms though. Yeah. I'll hang on to it for now, but yeah, it's... well, I'll sell this one though. Yeah, that has no use for us. So this is slightly better. Magic Find, I'll get rid of that one. Also get rid of this. I'm tempted to get rid of this one as well. The life enhancement is nice, but it's to the point now where that's like not as fancy as that used to be. Like, it used to be that... oh, there we go. That 60 life is way better. Alright, so we'll sell those. There we go. So I've already looked at that stuff. And let's... oh, I knew there was one thing I was forgetting. There we go, much better. Okay, let's dive back in.
Good evening.
There we go. Oh, wrong portal. Halls of Pain. This sounds like such a nice place, right? Why does nobody want to come here when it's called the House of Pain? Or Halls of Pain, rather. My guy's casting spells. Oh, these guys. It's like, what did you find? It's like I'm talking to a dog. What do you have in your mouth? What is it? Drop it. It's a conversation I've had far too many times with my pet dog. There we go. I keep misclicking and just grabbing random objects on the ground. Oh god, I'm stuck. I was stuck against the spikes. Like I go to smack somebody with my weapon and I accidentally just pick up a bundle of bolts on the ground or a bundle of arrows. Oh god, it's like pushing me back. Oh god, that was weird. There's some weird behavior sometimes with charge. So it's not like you can't just click mindlessly. Like there are some moments where you have to be a little bit careful about when you choose to use it. That, however, was not one of them. I was able to just click mindlessly and it was great. Sometimes I can just turn my brain off. This is awesome. A bunch of healing potions. I'm kind of sad I'm not finding mana potions, though, since I'm sucking through mana potions like it's no one's business. Man, where's the exit for this place? I know one of these will have a waypoint. Whoa, oh yeah, I just moonwalked. What the hell? I think it's because I was getting low on mana. Whoa, yeah, it's like the same kind of thing. It's like there's some moonwalking. I think if they hit me with charge, it knocks me backwards. And I think the game gets confused when then I try to charge. Because somehow my backwards momentum continues to be factored into the calculations. So, both of these are okay. They'll sell for some amount of money. Not much, but better than nothing. For this, let's say... that one. There we go. Oh, that was cool. We both charged at each other. It's just so romantic. I opened all those graves. I thought for sure we'd get a bad guy pop out of them, but nope, no bad guys, just gold. What's the button? There it is. Just gold and a flawless skull. Okay, that's one thing I exhumed from this from the graves. Perfect skull. Or a flawless skull, rather. Oh, where's my... He was wandering with purpose down this way. It's like, what did you find? He feels stronger now. That's good. I wonder what level... or what his strength has arisen to. 69? I mean, that's nice. But... still lacking. It is nice, though. He's 6 away from being able to use this shield I want to give him. Oh god. Oh god, I'm doing the moonwalk thing again. The little flesh beasts that those guys pop out. Actually, I need to go ahead and heal my mana because I'm getting very, very low on mana. This is a lot of dudes. And I'm close to being out of mana. Yeah, it's weird. In the previous zone, enemies were dropping mana potions like they were going out of style. In this zone, I mean, I'm very quickly going through my reserves here. A lot of mana or health potions, which is great. But it doesn't exactly resolve my present issue. Although this will summon the boss group. Pulsethorn the Jagged. Dropped a war sword. And well, okay, a few mana potions. I'll take it. Hey, Puzzle, what's up, friend? It's going pretty well. We're doing pretty well so far. We're decently into Act 5. We're not like super far in, but we're clicking along at a pretty alright pace. Oh, there's the waypoint. Okay, so I guess I've already gotten the waypoint then. But I haven't found the exit yet. Yeah, this dungeon is very sprawling. Let's keep looking. But no, it's going pretty well. This is a lot of fun. I mean, Project Diablo... Well, for one thing, Diablo 2 is just always a good time. And Project Diablo is a very fun mod. I'm really impressed with this. There's level 2. For the Halls of Vought. I think this might be the final level, isn't it? Maybe it's not. Maybe I'm making things up in my mind. But I think this... I'm looking at like the way the halls are shaped here. I think Neolithak might be in one of these. Be careful when it comes to Neolithak, by the way. He does have Corpse Explosion at his disposal. And I know Corpse Explosion has been significantly nerfed in this expansion, or in this mod, rather. Which is probably for the better. It was probably a little bit overpowered previously, but it's unfortunate because that's one of my favorite skills to use. However, it means that he's less scary compared to how he usually is. Yeah, it's called Project Diablo 2, and it's very, very good. It's a community-made, fan-made mod, and I'm really digging it. It takes something familiar, Diablo 2. It takes something familiar and rebalances everything, nerfs some things, boosts some things up. Yeah, I freaking love it. Okay. I've kind of gone in on just smacking Neolithak. I won't regret this. Ouch. This poor man. We just kicked the shit out of him. Holy crap. He didn't stand a chance. That poor man. We just stomped his fucking face in, dude. I would feel bad, but he was kind of a piece of shit, so fuck that guy. That was very dramatic. But anyway, yeah. Yeah, no, this is very fun. It's a great way to play a game that's very familiar to me, at least, but in ways that I can't always anticipate. Like, certain bosses might be harder or easier. Certain like abilities might work differently. Certain weapons that I might discount or discredit are actually like kind of viable now. It good. It very good. And I like it. What I don't like are these dudes that keep giving us more friends. Their little demon friends to spawn. There we go. Build plate has 2 sockets. There's more mana potions. Now that we've killed the boss, now the mana's starting to drop. Gargoyle head, it has nothing on it. Interesting that the gargoyle heads or like the demon heads, like that necromancer shield item, they all give poison damage on hit, which would imply that there's necromancers that are like doing physical damage or physical hits. I mean, I guess you could make a melee a melee necromancer with like the poison dagger skill, but that's a tall order because that's a really hard build to make. I don't have to go down this way. In fact, it might not be worth my while, but I'm just curious if there's anything else down here, if there's like a golden chest at the end or something. Oh, that's just a chip gem roll. Oh my god, it's like we're not teleporting to them, but it feels like we are. It feels like we're just suddenly like on their doorstep with charge. It's just so fast. I love it. Amulet. Ouch. 3-socketed. Do I need 3 sockets for any shields? There's a number of rune words oh, Ancient's Pledge for one thing. Yeah, Ancient's Pledge. And I don't have Ort runes. I don't think I would use one of these for a Ancient's Pledge though. I would rather the tower shields, like the one I have right now actually for that matter, just because the block rate is much better. So I'll hold out for something better. We're not in any rush for a really good Ancient's Pledge. We already have really good resistances, so we're doing just fine. But eventually, it'd be a good upgrade. Oh gosh, that's a grisly scene right there. Black Hawk, the spectral hit demon lady, and she is dead. Black Hawk down. Alright, so it looks like that's pretty much it. I was thinking there might be like a golden chest at the end, but yeah, these all just have standard boss encounters. In that case, very good. In that case, yeah, we'll just probably teleport back.
Yes?
Good afternoon.
Anything here that was neat? Yeah, no, none of the items really grabbed me. Oops. Cool weapons for sale? No, nothing really. Yeah, Mala rarely has a lot of weapons and no armor usually for sale. Other than whatever I sell back to her. Rubies. That right there is a new perfect emerald. Oh, whoops, what am I doing? There we go. Number 2, I think? Yeah, 2 of those. Excellent. Collection continues to grow. Up there. Alright, so what else? Let's see, what time is it? 12:40.
Afternoon.
Something, yeah, we'll go a little bit longer. But it's getting kind of late, so I want to make sure I shouldn't stay up too late. A thing I've repeated many times and then violated many times. But it's something I do want to stick to if possible. Get that one. That's just a nicer version of what we already have. Okay. Anything else I wanted to modify here? I'm tempted to just go ahead and sell this, but I think we might hang on to it for now. Just a little bit longer at least. We're to talk to Anya. Does she give us something?
You have stopped kneeling.
Oh, she does the thing where she can personalize an item for us. So she could like attach an item, our name to an item if we wanted. So in that case, then we return back to the outdoor areas. So that was kind of like a little bonus sequence. I think we talked to Kane and he tells us what's up. Or not. Yeah. So somebody tells us where to go next. I mean, I know where to go next. It's pretty obvious. You continue to, yeah, there we go. It's like the rite of passage. Yeah, towards the Ancient's Way. That's a scary place. I mean, it's fine and will be fine, but it's a bit of a scary place because of how just because the Ancients fight, the battle with the Ancients can be a little bit stressful. But I'm not too worried. And I keep saying it, but charge is so fun. It is kind of expensive to use, and it's only going to get more expensive as we level it up. I am really enjoying it. It just means we'll have to hoard mana potions, which is fine. I mean, it's a little bit inconvenient, but I'm not too bothered by it. Certainly a lot better than I thought it might be, honestly. I was worried it would be like really awful, but it's pretty doable. Also, I'm hearing the charge noise even when we're up against an enemy. It does like the thump thump noise. This makes me think we are using it even when we're like up close and personal. Assault helmet, I'll grab it. 3 sockets? Ooh, with 3 sockets. Alright, so we could look at King's Grace then. I don't know if it'd be worth really hanging on. It's because it's either that or a War Scepter. What are you doing? You're murdering something. There we go. Another Om rune, which I think was the last thing we needed, wasn't it? It was phase, man. The way we just found everything we needed. So fast. It's so fucking cool. The way it just juggled these big guys, man. Then there's the little dudes, which take 1 hit to kill anyway. All the skull, false amethysts. Game, you're too good at me. A fancy cudgel, a yellow cudgel. It's probably not going to be very good, but we'll see. It's like, the game just became a lot easier when we started using this really cool spell, this cool ability. Started using charge. I should have done this way sooner, honestly. Circlet. Only 2 sockets. I think we're good. I will get that mana potion. I pretty much need to, it's to the point now where it's like I need to grab every mana potion that drops. With 0 hesitation. See, my little buddies like bounce around over here as well. My mercenary friend. These guys are like, they keep teleporting in and out. Just being little annoying little shits, honestly. I would have guessed that bosses and like the ancients, for instance, would probably be immune to the knockback that this skill has, but otherwise, yeah, that's like the only downside I can imagine, honestly. Now, one thing comes to mind. I've been doing this a lot. I think what I'm actually gonna do is not have as many healing potions, and this might be a bit of a risky maneuver here, but I'm starting to think that having 2 dedicated healing slots is probably enough, so long as I don't make sure I'm not overdoing it. So long as I don't find situations where I need more healing, because if I do, then I'll have to switch this up. But it seems like for the most part, we've been pretty self-sufficient, so I can probably just do this for now. Let's go back to town real quick. I'm kind of curious since we just found a few other things. So I'll just go ahead and put this back here. Oh, the assault, the helmet isn't very good. In fact, a lot of these things are not so good. So let's go ahead and clear this out real quick. Yeah, a lot of those things were kind of disappointing. But for this long sword, so we were looking at King's Grace, or we were considering it at least. So it is Omn, Ral, and Thol. Thol and Ral. Yes, we have all those things. We only have the 1 Thol rune, so I'm not gonna make this decision lightly. Check our browser real quick. So King's Grace. What do it do? So yes, we could make it 100% enhanced damage. Good attack rating, damage to demons, and pretty good to undead. Good fire, good cold. So that's pretty good. That's pretty darn good. So 100% enhanced damage means it would double our current damage. And do some fire, do some cold. And it'd be really good against demons and still pretty good against undead. It wouldn't be amazing against beasts, so that's one enemy type that comes up a little bit short, but 2/3 of enemies get extra damage, like a lot of extra damage. So we would say, on average, 75% additional damage on top of whatever we would get. So let's go back to our stuff here. So for a 3-socketed sword, longsword, well, for one thing, it's very fast, which is cool. But the damage would come up a little bit short. The problem here. So it would come up a little bit short. We wouldn't get crushing blow. And we wouldn't get the strength or vitality. Nor would we get the mana after kill. So it's like, so there's a few things that make this not quite as good as I was hoping. I've actually never made King's Grace before. And maybe this is why. It's got good lifesteal. Attack rating is nice, with bonus attack rating on top. And the fire and cold damage, it's not a lot, but it helps. It's you know, it's nice. I'm tempted to just go ahead and make it. Just go ahead and make it and... whoops. And see how it looks. Or hold out for a better sword. Because long swords are neat, but there are better ones. Like, if we could get a 3-socketed... The war swords are pretty good. Like, a 3-socketed war sword would be nice. 8 to 20. 8 to 19. So that's a little bit nicer. Like, it's a... The minimum damage is a lot better. I had a crystal sword, and I got rid of it. I mean, I would say that's actually worse than a long sword. Yeah, I'm thinking... I think I should hold off. I think I should hold off and wait for something better. I get a better base sword. Like a war sword, or maybe... one of the lesser sword, like a gladius or something. Like a lesser but tier 2 sword. Maybe that's what we should hold out for him. So... it's just because if we were to make King's Grace with that longsword, it would be probably comparable to this guy, but the plus to vitality and the crushing blow, like, and the mana steal, I would say there's a lot of things that give this a bit of an edge. So I would say if we were to make that switch, it would have to be because of damage. I so wish we could make Ancient's Pledge, or I'm sorry, King's Grace out of Warhammers or out of Mace class weapons. As we got this bad boy that I'm just sitting on, and that would be beautiful. But yeah, it's wishful thinking. Still pretty good though. Just on its own. There's a giant sword. Now the giant swords are 2-socketed, or I'm sorry, 2-handed. And Sternsy, what's up, buddy? Thank you very much, Sternsy. Dude, by the way, that's a tier 2 subscription, Sternsy. What in the world? That's so nice. Holy shit. Thank you very much, Sternsy. How you doing, buddy? A tier 2 subscription, man. What the heck? That's expensive. Thank you very much, Sternsy. That is so generous, my friend. Sternsy, you're such a generous dude. Holy shit. That blows my freaking mind. Thank you very much for that, my man. I cannot thank you enough. My goodness, that is far and above and beyond what I could ever ask of anybody, but thank you. I'm doing well, man. I appreciate you asking. We're playing Diablo. Of course, this is always a good time. This game continues to remind me why I keep coming back to this game year after year, time after time. It just always captures my heart. Also, we found a little bonus dungeon area. How have you been doing, by the way, Mr. Sternsy? Hope you're doing well on this fine Monday. Yeah, the helmet we have right now, it's doing pretty well for us. Radiance is good. It's a very good rune word. It's not like amazing, but I would say as for this stage in the game, it's pretty solid. And also it looks cool, which more importantly, it looks really cool. So that's one thing that I like as well, is we look like a badass. Which is the whole point of the video game, honestly. Having cool numbers, that's okay. Looking like a badass, oh hell yeah, that's the good shit. Let's do this little side dungeon real quick. But really, thank you again for resubbing my man, and for, and again, the tier 2 sub. It's like, dude, that's expensive stuff. I don't have a lot of things that I offer, like the higher tier subscriptions, but I really do appreciate that. It's very nice of you. The important feature, yeah, is the coolness factor. They don't have that as like a number that you can see, like a stat that you can see, but it's definitely there, and it's very important. Say, as any proper intellectual will tell you when it comes to video games. We just leveled up, very nice. It's 32 now, I think. Superior Horned Helm, it is not very good. Probably won't bother with it. Let's do pretty much one at each of those, then more vitality. Yeah, I'm thinking either Holy Freeze or more charge. Doesn't really matter because we're gonna respec eventually, and reallocate a bunch of points elsewhere. Charge just cleans this area up, dude. It's so satisfying. And I'm starting to find I have a lot of mana potions in my inventory. It's starting to fill up again. I was saying earlier I wanted to grab every single one I find just because we're going through mana so much more now. These guys are chunky bulls. Oh, they got mana burn. That's the opposite of what I want. There we go. I think these guys are immune to the knockback. Wind Blister. Ouch. Oh god. Stop draining my mana. It's like mana drain. It's like they say it right in the title. It's like they advertise very clearly what they were all about. Yet here I am surprised when I see how it goes. This guy's got a lot of help. Those guys are beefy. Beefy boys. My inventory is becoming more... oh god. More, more mana potion than anything else. Also, I kept trying to attack those guys, but I realized that I can't because there's a barrier in the way. I'll charm, I'll grab it. Very good. Exploding guys, by the way. I mean, they're not too scary. I feel like in the original game they were a little bit more annoying. I think these exploding guys have been nerfed somewhat in this game compared to vanilla D2. Trying to get in the habit of using Holy Shield more often. It's not really required, but it is a nice bonus. It's a nice thing. It's nice to have, as we say. Is his name Blood Boss? That's awesome. That is a good monster name. Blood Boss sounds like a metal Bruce Springsteen cover band. Like they play Bruce Springsteen songs, but like with like a metal kind of flair to it. That's what comes to mind. I don't know if that would be any good. I'm not saying this is a good idea, but it is a idea. I'm imagining what that would sound like in my head. And I don't know what to make of it, honestly. There we go. The regular Grand Scepter. Yeah, the more I think about it, I think a War Scepter would be a lot nicer. For like King's Grace, like we were saying earlier. It's a shame, I actually had a 3-socketed War Scepter and I got rid of it, thinking that there was no way we would make anything cool with it. Now I'm kind of regretting it because it's like that actually could have been kind of cool. It wouldn't have been that much better because the maximum damage is only slightly better than a longsword, and the minimum damage is pretty nice actually. But it's not that much nicer. It's just it's a marginal upgrade, but I don't know if it would have been enough to convince me. But I would have liked to have. I would have liked to have looked at it at least. These explosive guys, yeah. He's out of there. Tower shield. Just one socket. Okay. Whoops. Right, sword, Jared Stone. That'll sell for a bit of money at least, but yeah, not a whole lot in this chest, honestly. That's fine. I don't really do these dungeons for the loot. I'm actually more about here for the experience and leveling up, and the friends made along the way. That's also important. But definitely the experience is like the main thing I'm looking for these kind of little side dungeons. If we find cool loot, that's nice, but we usually don't, honestly. I would say like those golden chests are so at best most of the time. Also, since I have charge, I can just go fast whenever I want to. Granted, it does cost mana, so I can't just spam it forever. But I want to spam it forever. Oh, that's what speedrunners do. They for paladins, they'll spam charge a whole lot so they can go fast. Actually, that war spear, I'm kind of curious. Is that Amazon only? No, but it's only 3 socket. We need a 4 socket to be really cool. Like to make a very good rune word for that one. The tundra. Oh, that's so cool. Excellent. And it is, hey, fast rate recovery. That's pretty good, actually. That's not. I wish it was a little bit more, but that's still pretty good. We have a. Oh, we have another 12%. Okay. So our hit recovery right now is. What is it? 61. I actually thought it was gonna be higher, but that's still pretty good. I think it was 50 before, so yeah, 61 is pretty good. Lack the mana to cast fire. Holy shield, there we go. It's like, what the heck? Why is it red? It's because I don't have enough mana for it, that's why. I feel like I need to relish this while I can, because once we get into nightmare difficulty, this freaking steamrolling we're doing is gonna come to a screeching halt. I think Act 1 nightmare mode won't be too bad. We'll like mostly be in pretty good shape. But like this is so satisfying. But in the back of my head, it's like this is not built to last though. Nightmare difficulty really does crank it up to a whole different level, as it should. But this is pretty satisfying, honestly. I could just stay in normal difficulty forever. I could just stay here. I could just live here in normal difficulty and never challenge myself further. Never attempt to evolve. And where's the fun of that? Now we'll do it for real, but this is pretty nice though. It's nice not having to worry too much, like feeling pretty confident with our resistances that we have, like we're doing really good there. It's nice, like, not worrying too much. Oh my god, this guy keeps teleporting out and then teleporting back in. But I don't know. No, the challenge makes it worthwhile for sure. And I've said before that I don't expect this hardcore paladin to last all the way through hell difficulty. Like, it'd be cool if we made it pretty far, but I'm not gonna be disappointed or heartbroken if this guy dies. Because to me, it's a matter of when, not if. How far we can make it. It's a war sword. Is it what I was looking for? Ah, just one socket. That's so cool, though. Excellent. So good. Flawless emerald, nice. Okay, I was trying to find my shortcut for holy shield. Haven't even had to touch our rejuvenation potion button in a while. That's the universal panic button right now. Is number 4 on my number, not my number pad, but on my keyboard, because that's the instant heal button. We really haven't had to use it, not since, gosh, I don't know, not in a while, not since Duriel. No, we didn't have to use it for Duriel either. We used regular potions for that. We definitely didn't need it for Diablo or Mephisto for that matter. I like the idea that these tiny little goblin lads were holding onto a great axe somehow. Like, I don't know where they would keep it necessarily. Tiny little goblin bodies. So satisfying. I mean, I'll hang on to it. We could sell it for money. It won't be worth a lot, but it'll be worth something. Actually, I think I might backtrack a little bit just because I passed up a lot of loot. I want to go look through real quick. Two-handed sword, yeah. It's like, I'm sure a lot of these two-handed swords would be viable for making certain rune words and whatnot, but two-handed swords aren't really what this build is all about. I would say we're mostly a more defense, like a more less about doing a lot of damage. I mean, the more damage the better for sure, but survivability is key, and shields help a lot. Bullet shield in particular helps a lot with that. Oh, sure, I'll help. I'll help break this thing. There's nothing there, but sure, I'll help. He tried to run away. We chased his ass down. Brutal. No, it's not quite what I wanted to go for. There we go. I feel like I kind of steamrolled past some other loot. I'm trying to find where it was. Maybe I went too far. Yeah, I think it was around here, I think. Well, maybe not. I thought there were things that I just kind of rolled right past without picking things up. But over this way, hatchet hands. Or sword. That was the sword we just looked at. Okay, so yeah. Okay, maybe not. Yeah, in my head, I thought I'd just walked by some things I wanted to go back for. No space for that. That's just okay. Yeah, both these staffs are just kind of okay. They won't sell for much. Arts charm. You know, we can identify it right now, actually. It is not very good. That's okay. Excellent. Have any other things to identify? Yeah, not really, honestly. Just go ahead and break this door down. Oh, the poison though. Yeah, I just kind of ran into that, didn't I? That's okay. Very good. I wonder how much further we have in this area. It's a full helm. I thought it said foul helm. Like, I don't think I want to pick that up, guys. Doesn't sound very pleasant. It's a superior short war bow. All these modifiers, all these qualifiers. That juggling motion is so cool to see, especially against a large enemy like the Crush Beasts. It's just so satisfying to watch. Especially because those guys are really hard to bring down usually. Now when you're a cracked out charging bastard like we are now. I wonder how much the mana cost goes up for charge. Not much, allegedly. I'm sure it goes up eventually, but it looks like it stays the same for now, at least. So that's one issue a lot, is that as it gets more powerful, it costs more mana. For a lot of skills in this game, so, you know, like, the upkeep gets harder. Stash that one. So many mana potions. It's unnecessary. I could probably stand to get rid of several. Also, I like this kind of instance right here, where there's a door right here, and you can just walk around it, or I can just break that shit for no reason. He just leveled up. He's at 70. Man, it's getting so close. I thought for a while there he was getting multiple strength points per level, but I think it was artificially getting inflated with the equipment he just happened to have. Here's about this Volge. Anything cool? Anything I want to divulge? Nope, just 3 sockets. Oh, that helmet isn't very good. Anyway.
I am overburdened.
This one is also not good. I'm seeing a pattern here. At least we're consistent. False Topaz. Although my inventory is once again rapidly filling up. Another Soul Rune. Very nice. Very nice. What does this remind me of? It kind of like the way that charge works and the way that, like, how fast it goes. Kind of reminds me of all things. It's a weird thing to bring up, but it reminds me a little bit of the energy sword from Halo 2 and subsequent games, where you lock onto an enemy, you press the kill button, and you just charge toward them and rip their head off. And it's honestly kind of similar. Like, not quite the same, obviously, and it's not like a guaranteed kill, but the way you just like power through to your target, it's like a similar kind of motion where you just kind of lunge towards them. And of course the energy sword's a lot of fun to use in that game, in those games rather, so checks out. Some champion friends. Oh, I see, I used the evil urn but nothing popped out, so
I can't carry anymore.
Cannot carry anymore. It's true. We are very encumbered. Over encumbered, you might even say.
I am overburdened.
Overburdened. A rune scepter. Yeah, see, that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for things like this. But socketed. Yeah, like that as it is won't really do it for us. Alright, it is getting pretty late, friends. What I think we're going to do is we're going to sell what we have and, or, you know, deal with what we've found. You know, sell the stuff we don't want. Go back and grab the last things that just dropped that we don't want. And then probably wrap things up fairly soon just because it is getting kind of late here. Sell that guy. Yeah, kind of like the, yeah, backwards long jump for that matter. I mean, yeah, almost kind of similar actually in a way. Maybe not quite as game-breakingly so, because when it comes to ridiculous shenanigans in video games, backward long jump is a great way to like sequence break all kind of nonsense. But this is pretty sweet though. Serpent skin armor. Oh, don't tell me I don't have room for it. We have room. Come on. Don't be weird, game. There we go. Serpent skin. Great helm. Great helm ahead. Ah, just one socketed. Oh, that serpent skin armor. Well, it could still be good, but I'm not gonna get my hopes up. Long staff is pretty good. War scepter.
I am overburdened.
The scepter's okay. This one's pretty good. Yeah, that damage is way better. If we could get a 3-socket one of those puppies, that'd be singing a very different tune right now. I wouldn't be singing it well, but it would be a different tune. So I try to find the waypoint, because if I quit now, then we'll have to traverse that tundra again. I think that's fine, though. Yeah.
Stay a while.
I don't want to do too many, like, oh, one more thing kind of moments, because if I do, then I'll be here all night. So we'll go ahead and call it now. Sell off what we have here. Worth a lot of money, too. Oh, that's not very good. Hey, wait, isn't that the exact same thing we just found earlier? But slightly less defense and slightly more poison resistance.
I'll put that to good
No,
use.
it's a difference of 1. Nah, it's not worth it. Very similar. So serpent skin with poison apparently is the, or with poison resistance is the big thing right now. Anything here? I think I just looked at these actually. That's pretty good damage, but yeah, nothing else. Check our stash real quick. So, Talorune and Eth. Oops, not that. There we go. We have 10 Eth runes. Good lord, that's nuts. We have 3 flawless skulls for that matter. Which means that's our 3rd perfect skull. I don't know what I'm gonna do with these. There's really nothing that I have planned for them, but I'm collecting them for better or for worse. No real game plan, no exit strategy, I'm just collecting them. Haven't really thought that far ahead. Whoops. We have 2 of those puppies, which is nice. Fuck ton, a metric fuck ton of mana potions. Yeah, it's a little bit silly. I don't need it. I don't need quite that many. Oops. Alright, I think that's what we're gonna call it, friends. I think, like I said, I'm pretty happy with what we have right here. I think I maybe off stream I might go ahead and respec my skills. I feel like it's probably not gonna be very exciting to see, but just kind of reallocate our skill points now that we've kind of arrived on a build that I feel pretty good about. We're starting to see full plate mail spawn in these shops right now, which is nice. So I would say better armor is probably not too far off in our future then. We're starting to see those kinds of cool things. And yeah, I think that is a pretty good note to end it upon. Let's find ourselves a raid target. Look at that, man. Level 20, no, level 30, level 32. We started at 27, I think, so we got 5 levels. We knocked out, I would say, about half of Act 5. Maybe slightly more than half. So, yeah, I'm happy with the progress we made. Streamed for like well over 4, oh my god, 4.5 hours? Jesus.